must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what you think you think
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, folks. I hope y'all are having a great weekend. We're going to get started here in about 1 minute. Hey, KP, I hope you're having a good weekend.
what you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what
But it's clear that it must begin.
Alrighty, hello, welcome everybody. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. I'm going to turn my light up just a little bit. Let's see. That's a little too yellow. That's better. All right. Hey, KP, ALC. Hey, they say, hey, Mayan, I PM'd you about a site that helps people find jobs. Wasn't sure I could post it anywhere for 100 devs without going through proper channels. Alk, is it, well, where did you PM me? Did you PM me here on Twitch or on Discord? Because honestly, I get a lot of messages, and so, sometimes, I won't see it unless somebody pings me about it directly. Yeah, please send it to me on Discord. That'll be a bit easier for me to see it there. Thank you, though. Yeah, I'll take a look. If need be, I can bring it up with the other moderators. Because honestly, we've got a lot of other wonderful, great moderators on the 100 Devs Discord who have way more seniority than I do. And so I always like to, run those things by them. I'm probably the most visible moderator, given that I, here on Twitch, and I'm also pretty active in the huddles and stuff like that. But there's a ton of wonderful behind the scenes folks on the 100 Devs Discord who you really don't see or hear from very much at all. But they do a ton of work, and they are way more enmeshed with the Discord than I am. So it's pretty cool. I'm honored to be a part of that community, honestly. Hey, Kamali, good to see ya. Yes, I did have a good weekend. How about you? Hope you had a good weekend as well. KP says they're good, about to lurk and work on the Class 7 Froggy homework. Awesome. Yeah, Flexbox Froggy, let's go. Yeah, absolutely, Alk. The cool thing about the 100 Devs community is that there are so many people who freely give their time and volunteer their time and for, no visibility or recognition. It's pretty wild. Like I say, I'm one of the more visible people besides Leon, but there's folks like Divker, there's folks like Miriam and Indifferent Ghost who give way more hours than I do in active support of the community. It's pretty wild. Hey, Iguana, welcome. Good to have you here. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty, folks. We're going to get started here shortly. We usually give it a few minutes for folks to trickle in here. I do get the feeling where today's stream is probably going to be a little bit lower in terms of viewer count, but that's okay. Just because, social media in the 100 Devs Discord has been a little bit dead over the last week. Which is fine, I hope people are outside touching grass. Everybody's got to do that occasionally, right? You got to get outside, you got to touch grass, you got to spend time with family, and especially around the Christmas season, if you can do that, if you have folks to spend time with in real life, I think that's a wonderful thing, and everybody should go do that instead. So, hey, sounds like people have got their priorities in order, which is a good thing. Alrighty, hello folks. Got some new folks coming in. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope for my American friends, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. I did. I saw some family. Hope everybody else had a good Thanksgiving as well. We kind of took a little bit of a break there in terms of streams. Hey, Guana. I don't know what that is, a cheer, but thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, so we did take a little bit of a break there in terms of streams. We were off for a couple weeks, right, because of Thanksgiving. But that doesn't mean that we can't see how much we remember from the last stream that we had a couple weeks ago. Oh, but before we get into that, a couple of things. First, if you want or need closed captioning, if you want to see the words that I'm speaking on your screen, you can hover your mouse over the right side of the screen and you should see a closed captioning icon appear. If you click that, you should start getting auto-generated captions on my stream. So if that's helpful for you, then please enable the captions. Also, I do want to thank a couple of folks who subscribed while I was offline. So I want to thank, let me get him here. I've got him on my bot. Hang on. I want to thank Drunk Uncle Grandma. I want to thank, let's see. I want to thank Drunk Uncle Grandma. I want to thank RJ. And there was one more person. Let me find him. And I want to thank Argent as well. Thank you all so much for subscribing. Very much appreciate that. Obviously, it's nothing. I never ask for subs, but if you do sub, that's very nice of you. Thank you. Guano says, are you starting Python today? New to this channel. I am not starting Python today. So this is I think this is part 8 of our series, right? I think we're on part 8 now. But if you missed the first parts, that's totally fine. You can find the past streams up through part 6 on my YouTube channel. So if you do !YouTube right now in chat, that will give you a link to my YouTube channel where you can find a playlist with all of the previous Python videos in it. Yeah, so do !YouTube and that will get you a link to my channel. And then there's a Python playlist on the channel. Also, the nice thing about my channel is that it is ad-free. So I do not monetize my YouTube channel because honestly, the ad revenue, for the number of views that I get, the ad revenue wouldn't be worth it. And it would just be more annoying for you because I don't know about you all, but I hate ads. So I hate them with a burning, fiery passion. I was at my parents' for Thanksgiving and we watched that Fallout series. I watched Fallout with my dad on Amazon Prime. And I didn't realize that Amazon Prime has ads now for a service that you pay for. And it just about drove me up the wall. So I don't want to do that to you. So my YouTube channel is non-monetized for that reason. Hey, Humthim, good to see you. Thank you for triggering that command there, safety vest. Thank you. Alrighty, folks. Any other questions before we get started? Because as we usually do, we're going to start with a quiz. But don't worry, this is not going to be a stressful quiz. It's going to be more of just a gentle reminder of what knowledge we might remember from the last stream and what we might need to look up or review or rehearse a little bit. So not meant to be a stressful thing, not meant to be a test, just meant to be a quick review of what we do and don't remember. Okay? Any last questions before we get started? Also, thank you, Bubbleher and Redder, for the follows. They followed just before I went live, so thank you for that. RDT says, I so hope they put a super mutant in the show. Yeah, at the end of the Fallout series, didn't they show the one guy like stepping on a super mutant skull? It's funny because my dad is a veterinarian, and so like he doesn't know Fallout. He didn't even know it was based on a video game. Like he enjoyed the show, but he had no idea like any of the lore or anything. And at the end of it, he was like, when the guy stepped on the skull, he was like, "Oh, that's ram's horns on a cow skull." He said, "That's not a real animal." So yeah, it was pretty funny. Or was it? I forget what he said. He was immediately able to identify the way that they constructed the skull, given with the animal like anatomy and stuff like that. I don't think it was a cow. I think it was like a mountain lion skull or something like that. I don't remember, but it was pretty funny. But yeah, that would be cool. I honestly, this might bring me some flack from the true gamers in the audience, but I have actually never played Fallout. Of course, I know the lore because, if you're a nerd, you got to know the lore of Fallout. So I know the lore, I know the factions, I know, a lot of the facts behind it, but I've actually never played Fallout in my life. Greatly enjoyed the show, though. I've never played Fallout, and I've never read Lord of the Rings, and I've also never read Dune. So, of course, I know all the media about those things, but yeah, those are 3 red flags against me in nerd culture. Yeah, I'm excited for the next season. And then also, I just saw the trailer for Severance season 2 as well. So I rewatched the whole of season 1 recently. So lots of cool nerd stuff on the horizon. Pretty excited about it. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and get started here. RDT says almost the same for me, except you played the Fallout games. Yeah, I think I did get Fallout 1 like for free from like GOG one time when they were running a promo, but I never played it. My Steam backlog is insane enough. I just don't have time to play everything. I keep getting duped by the Steam summer sales and Humble Bundle and stuff, which means my backlog is way too big. It's the curse of being an adult, right? You have the money to buy games with none of the time to play any of them. All right, so first off, what we're going to do is we're going to start off with a quiz on what we covered a couple weeks ago, which was dictionaries. So again, not meant to be a challenge, just meant to be a review of what we do and don't remember. I haven't looked at this quiz at all, haven't seen it before, so we're going to do it together. Oh, I thought I had logged in. Am I not logged in? Okay, I'm going to need to log in. Give me 2 seconds. You all don't get to see that part. I think I was logged in earlier and then it logged me out. Enjoy my list of Steam games and judge me for them. All right, let's see. Dictionaries. Okay, here we go. All right, we're logged in. Lessons. And we're back. There we go. All right, first off, quiz on dictionaries. So, what we covered last time, dictionaries. If you're familiar with JavaScript, dictionaries are basically what we would call objects in JavaScript. It's an object, a thing, right? You can store it in a variable, and it's denoted by curly brackets, right? And inside of those curly brackets, we have what are called key value pairs. So you have a series of unique keys. Those keys can be used to identify the items in the dictionary. And then each key has a value associated with it. Now, the keys, since they are unique identifiers, they identify the items in the object, they need to be unique. However, the values do not. So you can have a list of key value pairs, and you can look them up by their keys using the same notation that we would use for a list or an array. So essentially, if you're familiar with JavaScript, it's an object. However, in Python, it's called a list. And the unique thing about it is that you can have a series of key value pairs stored in it and look those values up by their keys. Hey, Akram. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty. So this actually might help answer what I just said, might help answer the first question, actually. So how are Python dictionaries different from Python lists? So first, Python lists can store strings and dictionaries can only store words. B, Python dictionaries are a collection and lists are not a collection. C, Python lists store multiple values and dictionaries store a single value. Or D, Python lists are indexed using integers and dictionaries can use strings as indexes. What do we think? Any guesses on this one? And also too, on these quizzes, it's okay to guess. The goal is that we just kind of come to an agreement together. So I'm taking the quiz just like you. And so it's okay to guess as long as you have some kind of a reasoning behind it, right? If you have a reason for your answer, it's okay to guess. But the best thing you can do is participate, and then we'll work through each one of the answers and see which one is the most correct or most likely to be correct. Akram says, what are your thoughts about Python? I really like it so far. So I'm a data engineer. That's what I do for my job. And in my role, I primarily use SQL as my main language. However, since I am working with large volumes of data, we're talking, hundreds of tables. Actually, well, I think our data warehouse currently has about 6,000 tables across multiple schemas, and many of those tables have hundreds of millions of rows. And so when you're working with data on that scale, you really need to be efficient about it. And SQL is a great language for that. But then if you want to query that data and then do analytics on it, so do things like graphing or, parsing that data in large scale, you want a language that can do that efficiently and is kind of built or geared towards that. And so that's the reason I want to learn Python, is because it really sort of hits the spot in terms of the type of work that I do. So, it's always whether or not a language is good is generally about what is the right tool for the job. And for me, it seems like Python will be an excellent tool to really work with data on a large scale. Null says, I'm going to go with D. Umtham says, yeah, I'll go with D too for the answer. I think I would agree with that. So, what we just said about dictionaries, right, is that they store multiple keys and values. So I think we can rule out this one. And I think we can rule out this one because lists are, also a collection of multiple values. Dictionaries store multiple values, so I think we can rule out that one. And so, yeah, I would agree that D is probably the right answer here. All right, question 2. What is a term commonly used to describe the Python dictionary feature in other programming languages? Oh, interesting. What is a term commonly used to describe the Python dictionary feature in other programming languages? A, associative arrays. B, sequences. C, closures. Or D, lambdas. Now, I actually don't know the answer to this one. I don't remember us covering this. However, if I had to guess, I would probably say A. I'm curious what chat thinks. I don't remember this being in the material, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. It could be that we just, skimmed over it, didn't think it was relevant at the time. So I would probably say A. What do we think, chat? Any dissenting opinions there? I see Null Recall said A. And we can always go back and look at the material and see if we have any other opinions. Let's go here. I'm gonna spot check this. There's no harm in there's nothing wrong with being open book if we aren't sure of the answer. Because in real life is open book, right? If I'm working on a real problem at work and I'm not sure, I'm going to go and Google it. I'm going to look on Stack Overflow. I'm going to look up the reference materials that are going to help me with the answer. So let's see if we can find it in here somewhere. But I'm going to say associative arrays. Let's do a quick Control F here. I don't see it here. I don't remember us covering this. Well, we'll go with that. I'm going to go with A. We'll see if maybe there's a footnote down here at the bottom or anything. Nope. But yeah, that seems the most reasonable. That's okay. All right, let's go on to the next one. What would the following Python code print out? So we're creating a new dictionary, setting it equal to stuff. So now this dictionary is going to be stored in the variable stuff. And then we print stuff with candy as the key reference. So we're looking for an item in stuff with a key value of candy. Would it be A, the program would fail with a traceback, B, -1, C, candy, or D, 0? What do we think? And we can always experiment with this one out in the terminal with the Python interpreter as well. But any guesses? What do we think? I'm gonna hydrate real quick. Nil says they're thinking A because there's no value to the key. Yeah, in this case, there is going to be no value to the key. Absolutely. Because this is an empty dictionary and we're looking for a key that doesn't exist. I'm thinking it might be A or B. Either the program would fail with a traceback, or it would be a -1 for, because in an array we would expect to see that, or sorry, in a list we would expect to see that with an index reference not found. It's not going to be either one of these because those are both potential valid results, and we know we're going to get some kind of an error here, however that manifests. So let's try that really quickly. Let's see in the interpreter. So we'll just say start the interpreter here. We'll set stuff equal to an empty dictionary, and then we'll see what happens when we try to print it. Okay, yes, we get a traceback. Yep. So in this case, it's going to be A. The program would fail with a traceback. I am the briefcase says, coming from coding in C, looking at Python, I get confused. What variable is what? I'm curious, why is that? I actually, I don't know C. I've done a little bit of C#, but I haven't actually done raw C coding. So I'm just curious why that is. What's different about, about the way these variables are assigned or referenced that makes that confusing? And while you're answering that, let's go on to the next question. What would the following Python code print out? So once again, we're declaring an empty dictionary, setting it equal to stuff, and then we are doing a print, and we're saying stuff.get. So remember, this is that .get method that we covered. And it's trying to get the value at candy with a default value of -1. So just as a reminder, the way this method works is it's trying to do kind of a fetch of the value of the record at candy, and if it can't find it, then it's going to assign a default of -1. So it's looking in our empty dictionary, trying to do a fetch on candy. If it can't find it, it's going to return -1, and then this will print. So based on that, what do we think is going to be the answer here? 0, -1, another failure, or candy? Null Recall says B, -1. Any other guesses? And I am the briefcase says like I'm guessing stuff is some sort of an array. In this case, stuff is a dictionary. And what that means is essentially like a set of key value pairs. So basically like an object, if we would refer to that in JavaScript as an object. So it's different than an array. It has essentially a curly braces notation with a series of key value pairs, whereas an array, has bracket notation with a single list of values. So dictionaries are a little bit different, but it is a type of multi-value storage. Yeah, so folks are saying B because we default to -1. Them says -1. Yeah, and I think I would agree with that because in this case, our get method, if it can't find the value at candy, it's going to default to -1. And since we know that this is an empty dictionary, it's going to default to -1 no matter what. Oh, thank you for the follow, C Money. Welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So in this case, -1 is probably going to be the answer. Yep. So with that in mind, what is a common use of Python dictionaries in a program? A, sorting a list of names into alphabetical order. B, splitting a line of input into words using a space as a delimiter. C, building a histogram, counting the occurrences of various strings in a file. Or D, computing an average set of numbers. So in real application, A, B, C, or D, what is the most likely, the most common use of a dictionary? What can we use dictionaries for in real application? If you recall, I think a couple weeks ago, we actually did one of these in one of the exercises that we did. But just by looking at it, in what case do we think that using a mixture of key value pairs might be the most useful? Now, you could use like a dictionary for many of these, I think, but what usage would make the most sense, do we think? Okay, I'm seeing C. Yeah. Any other guesses? I think, yes, I think I would go with C, most likely. The reasoning being, with key value pairs, you can essentially have a list of all the unique words, right? And those are the keys. And then the values that you're storing with those words are essentially the number of occurrences. So perfect use case for key value pairs there. And if you were here a couple weeks ago, what we did was we essentially looped through a passage from Romeo and Juliet, and we stored each of the unique words as keys, and then we counted the number of occurrences, and we built kind of a histogram of those values, with a histogram being basically that, a set of unique values, and then counting the occurrences of each. So yeah, I would agree with that. All right, question 6. Which of the following lines of Python is equivalent to the following sequence of statements, assuming that counts is a dictionary? Okay, that question was a little bit confusing, but let's read through what they have here. All right, if key in counts, assuming that counts is a dictionary, we're taking the existing value of key within counts and adding 1 to it. Otherwise, we set counts key equals to 1. So essentially what it's saying here is if this key value already exists in our dictionary, then we increment its existing value by 1. Otherwise, if it doesn't already exist, then we basically create that key value pair and we set its initial value to 1. Hey, H. Mendoza, good to see you. All right, so I'm not going to read each of these out loud because that would be confusing, but looking at these values here on the screen, anybody have any guess on A, B, C, D, or E, which one would essentially replace these lines of code and turn it into a, LeetCode style one-liner? So looking at these, looks like the first one, we're trying to retrieve the value with the default value of 0 and then adding 1 to it. Otherwise, we're saying key in counts plus 1. Let's see. Taking the existing value times 1 plus 1. I don't think it's going to be that one. Setting the key value plus 1. Don't think that's going to be appropriate either. Trying to retrieve the value minus 1 with minus 1 as a default value and then adding 1 to it. I don't think that's going to be the correct value either. H Mendoza says the first line. Null says probably A. Yeah, I think so. I mean, without testing any of these, that seems to be potentially the most appropriate one. Because we're essentially saying, hey, look for the value of key in our dictionary here. So first look for it, see if there's already a value there. And if it's not there, we're still going to initialize it. We're still going to put it in there, but we're going to set the default value to 0. And then we're going to add 1 to it. So it's essentially replicating this behavior here on this line. However, if the value does exist, then we want to retrieve that current value and then just add 1 to it. So yeah, I think it's going to be A. Yep. If it doesn't exist, it's 0 plus 1. Otherwise, it's value plus 1. Exactly. Yep. So I agree. I think A is the correct answer here. And also, too, as we're going through these questions, if something doesn't make sense, you're perfectly allowed to ask questions. You're allowed to say, hey, wait, can you say that again? Can you go over that again? Because sometimes Null says, I'm actually getting this. Hooray, good job. Yeah. Because, there's no harm in saying, I don't know, or I don't understand, or, hey, I need help with this. I think that's a lot of the times that's something that we struggle with. As a former, perfection obsessed, grade obsessed student, that was one thing that I really struggled with for a long time, was saying I don't know something. And then of course, as you get into more complicated topics outside of school, it can be a real struggle to say, hey, wait, I need to go over this again. I don't understand. So Umtham says, I was thinking value of counts key, try to get the value of key. Otherwise, default the value of counts key. So essentially, I think what you're going to run into there, if you try to do it like that, is that since that value doesn't exist, if you try to set it recursively as its own default value, I think you would probably get an error. But I mean, we could try that. But I do think you'd probably get an error if you tried to do it like that. Because if it does exist, then it's not going to ever return the default value. So it's not going to matter. It's just going to stop and say, oh, yep, I have a value to return for you. I don't need the default. And so by setting the default value as itself, if it doesn't exist, I think that's probably not going to work. But so I think this one's probably the most concise and readable way of doing it. And I don't know that the way you said there would work, just because it's going to be looking for itself when itself doesn't exist. Yeah, it gets a little funky, right? All right, in the following Python, what does the for loop iterate through? So if we set x equal to an empty dictionary, and then we say for y in x. So it's going to say it loops through the values in the dictionary, it loops through the keys in the dictionary, it loops through all the dictionaries in the program, or D, it loops through the integers in the range from 0 through the length of the dictionary. So this one's a little bit more abstract, right? We got to think about, if we're constructing a for loop to loop through a dictionary, what is it actually doing? If we set an iterator value to loop through a dictionary, what is actually happening there when it's doing the loop? Is it looping through the values? Is it looping through the keys? Is it looping through all the dictionaries in the program? Or is it just looping through integers until it reaches the end length of the dictionary? Null says you think it's B. Umtham says B. Any other guesses? Mendoza says A. Sure. Yeah, so this one's a little harder, right? Because it's a little bit more abstract. So I think the thing to remember about dictionaries is that the reason they can be so useful is that you're dealing with key value pairs. And so in general, when we refer to a key is going to be sort of the unique identifier for each entity that's in that object. And we have keys in other languages too. There's keys in a lot of different languages. For example, in SQL, you might have heard the term primary key when we refer to a table. And essentially what that means is just what is the unique identifier for every single record in that table. So for every row in that table, what values can be combined together to create a unique identifier for that specific record. So when we're dealing with dictionaries, again, they're kind of the linchpin of dictionaries. The thing that makes it different from lists is that we can use those keys as unique identifiers. And so when we are looping through them, what we're going to be referencing are the keys instead of the values. And then when we loop through those keys, then what we return is the value associated with that key. At least that's my interpretation of what this question is saying. So in my opinion, it's probably going to be B. The one thing that kind of tripped me up here was potentially D. But in terms of, this is more of what we would be doing if we were looping through a list, right? Because essentially you're doing the same thing. In a list, the index values of a list or the key values of a list are just its index, right? Where it is in the list, 0 through whatever, 0 through n. And so it's pretty similar, but in this case, in a dictionary, I believe what we're doing is we're looping through the keys. So we'll see if we're right about that in the end, but I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. Noel says, I'm confusing myself with JavaScript in the for loop. Yeah, that's the challenge, right? Oftentimes, knowing a previous language can make it easier to learn another one. But then sometimes you can get tripped up on things like syntax and differences. I forget what I was doing. I was recently I had to do some maintenance on one of the legacy sort of homegrown tools that we use at work. We had somebody that built a bunch of in-house apps for us a while ago, and we've just kind of been maintaining them because they're just very simple utility apps that we use for things. But the thing is, they're built in Visual Basic. I don't know if are there any Visual Basic fans in the audience today? But yeah, they were built in Visual Basic on .NET 4, and I had to go in recently and woohoo! No, Nicole says woohoo! I had to go in recently and do some maintenance on this, and I don't use Visual Basic every day. I only use Visual Basic when I have to touch one of these apps. And I was trying to add a comment in the code, and for the life of me, I could not remember how to do comments in Visual Basic. I was remembering every other language. I was remembering Python. I was remembering SQL. I was remembering, all these, all these other languages, and I had to have somebody else Google, how do you do comments in Visual Basic? Because, that's the challenge is when you start learning more languages, all the syntax can kind of get mixed up in your head, right? So yeah, it's a very real problem, and that's why we, review this stuff. Noel says, oh, you're talking about VB.NET. I was going back to VB6. Yeah. Well, yeah. So VB.NET. Yes. VB.NET with .NET 4. And it's been a party because both of those things are deprecated. So we actually have to use an older version of Visual Studio to even work on the apps because newer versions of Visual Studio don't work with that old, of .NET. So we have to use Visual Studio 2019 to even work on those apps. It's a party. Hey, Dan. Good to see you. Mendoza says, wait, did you have to go back to comments in Fortran? Yeah, as far as I know, we don't have any tools or applications that we currently use at work that use Fortran. However, we do sometimes do a little bit of work in SAP, which uses a language called ABAP, A-B-A-P, which is actually based on COBOL. So a couple of the folks on the team are actually, they're former COBOL programmers. And so they also, when they started their careers, they were working in COBOL. And so they actually do know some ABAP because it is very similar to COBOL. So yeah, we're using their children, not necessarily Fortran or COBOL, but we're using their children. It's interesting, right? But yeah, I think B here is the best answer to kind of circle back to the question. COBOL, just don't say DB2 as well. Yeah, no, none of that. But I mean, hey, SQL in itself is a legacy language too, right? SQL was invented in 1977, so I really can't talk. That's my primary language. So you know, SQL is just as almost as old as those other ones. It just has more active usage. Mm. Dan says, have you used Microsoft SQL Server? Anything that sets it apart from the others? Yeah, actually, that's I don't use it currently at my job, so it's been a few years. At my job, we use Oracle SQL, but I did spend about 3 years using SQL Server, and I actually prefer SQL Server to Oracle. But hey, it's all personal preference, right? For me, I found SQL Server more intuitive and easier to use, and just the MS SQL, Microsoft SQL, just felt like it flowed better, and just had it was just I don't know, I liked it better, I guess. um, it's less finicky about dates. Oracle is really finicky about dates, which sucks because I use dates all the time at work. So I don't know. I like it better. Yeah. Lisp in the 1950s, and some people claim it's the best ever. Hey, yeah, it's all subjective, right? Null says my first SQL DBM was IBM DB2. Loved Query Manager for quick query writing. That's awesome. Yeah, there's been so many different flavors of SQL over the years and different ways of interacting with it. Yeah, we're using the the big corporate SQL, which is Oracle SQL, but PL SQL. Yeah. Alrighty, let's finish this quiz. We got a couple questions left. Number 8, which method in a dictionary object gives you a list of the values in the dictionaries? So, as we mentioned before in the previous question, a lot of the times we're looping through, the keys, right? And so if you, search for it, you're looping through the keys most of the time, and you can return a value. But if we want to just get a list of all the values in the dictionary, would we use each, keys, items, all, or values? And I honestly don't remember the answer to this one. I know there were a couple different keywords that the material went over. Null Recall says E, values. That's a pretty darn good guess, I would say. But this one, I do want to go back to the replay on this one. Let's go back here, and because I know this was in here, I just don't remember. I don't remember the actual answer, so should be able to find it fairly easy. I know it was in there, but I know it could be too obvious, right? And there are some tricky questions in here sometimes where it gives you what it looks like the right answer, but oh, and also here, this is kind of the reference for this can be kind of the reference for that for loop that we looked at before. So here's an example. So we set word equal Brontosaurus, we've defined a new dictionary, and then we're looping through the essentially the letters in the word. So in this case, actually, I might be wrong on that then. So for C in word, so it's actually the values, not the keys. Or would it be? But no, because the Brontosaurus is treated like a string, so that's actually a list. So never mind. So in this case, the for loop isn't applicable because that's a list, not a, we treat that like a list, not a dictionary. Hey, Crayon. Welcome. Good to have you here. Nice to meet you as well. Welcome to the stream. They say, how's the Python learning going? It's going really well. I'm really enjoying it so far. Having a good time. This course is really nice because it's free, and it's genuinely challenging and very easy but it's easy to progress, but it's also genuinely challenging. And so that's a lot of fun. Yeah, free is I know, right? Free is the best price. Yeah, so, I stream on a lot of various languages and stuff here. We do a lot of different educational topics, and every resource that we cover is going to be free or have a free tier. So if you tune into my streams, I'm never going to paywall you with information because education should be free, right? The only thing it should cost you is your time. Yeah, and so, yeah, this course is great. If you do !project, I have a link to the I have a link to the website that we're using. All right, let's see. Fine, looking for this keyword here. So, all right, we must have gone past it. I know it's in here. Yeah, there you go. So get looping. Okay, yeah. All right. So in a for loop, this answers the other question. It traverses the keys of the dictionary. So we were right there. Good deal. All right, let's see. What were the choices again? Keys, items, all. I think it's either items or values. I'm just double checking. Oh, yeah. Dr. Chuck is an awesome professor. Absolutely. Yeah. You did Control F? Okay, let's do that. Ah, there we are. Good call. So to see whether something appears as a value in a dictionary, excuse me, you can use the method values, which returns values as a type that can be converted to a list. Perfect. Okay, so it was the obvious answer, but sometimes you got to be careful, right? Because it'll be out to get you. That's what I love these quizzes. They're genuinely challenging because it's not always going to be the answer that you expect. Sometimes it's gonna trick you a little bit, but make you remember what the actual answer should be. Yeah. Dr. Chuck is awesome. This course is great, and if you like this course too, there are additional courses. You can take a course in PHP. You can take a course in C, C++, Postgres. He's got other courses as well, all of which are free. All right, last question. What is the purpose? Oh, we've already talked about this one, so this should be a slam dunk. What is the purpose of the second parameter of the get method for Python dictionaries? What is it, chat? We have two parameters, we have two parameters, and we can pass in two arguments into those methods. What's the purpose of the second parameter in the get method, chat? Is it the value to retrieve, the key to retrieve, an alternate key to use, or providing a default value? What do we think? I already gave you the answer a little bit earlier, if you're paying attention. Nice, Nullrico. Yeah, get does take a second parameter. Ah, yes, it does. So here, I'll show you an example. There was one earlier in this quiz. Here. So here's, we're declaring an empty dictionary, and then we're saying, all right, look in that dictionary and call the get method looking for the key of candy. And then the second parameter here is -1, which is, as Nullrecall stated, is the default value. Yeah, so it takes the second one. So if it can't find it, you can have it return a default if you want. Yeah. So it's going to be a default value if key is not found. Dan asked, do we know if the second parameter has a default of none, or will it throw an exception if no default is provided? That is a great question. Let's see. Let's test that really quickly. Let's do this. So we'll just run this one real quickly. Well, except instead of a default, I'm going to provide no second parameter here. So set that. Oh, I have an indent. Sorry. Let's get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Okay. And then we're going to print this value, except I'm going to just provide no second argument there. Yeah. Okay. So it's going to default to value of none. But good question. I like that. All right, so I think we've answered everything here. We had one iffy question earlier that we couldn't find in the material, but that's okay. If we got it wrong, we can wait 10 minutes and then we'll come back and we'll get it right the second time. So let's see how we did, chat. Hey, all right, first try, everybody. Good job. So we kind of guessed on this one, but we crushed it. Absolutely. All right, good job, chat. And keep in mind, this was 2 weeks. This was 2 weeks since we last covered this stuff. So good job on the retention. As we like to say, the reason why we do these quizzes is because retention and repetition are, two of the major kind of tenets of how you actually learn things, right? How do we actually get information into our long-term memory, into our long-term storage? And it's by doing spaced repetition and applying what we're learning, and testing our knowledge after a period of time, right? You got to regularly test it. So looks like we've got it in our, at least mostly in our long-term memory. Good job, chat. All right, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and get started on the next lesson. And another great thing about this course is that it generally tries to build on the previous lessons. So just because we're going on to a new topic doesn't mean that we aren't going to see some of the stuff that we've already learned in this lesson and previous lessons in some of the exercises that we're going to do later. All right, so this week we're going to talk about tuples, and it is a Python data structure that is like a simple and efficient list. I'm actually not terribly familiar with tuples, so I'm looking forward to this one to see what we're going to learn about tuples. Oops, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Alrighty, so tuples. First topic here, tuples are immutable. So tuples for great immutable justice. Yeah, so what do we mean by immutable, chat? This is a word we've covered before, but it's good to review some vocabulary here, especially if maybe English is not your first language. Sometimes these vocabulary words can be difficult. So what do we mean by immutable? RDT says can't change. Yeah. Impossible to mutate? Yeah, that's another great definition too. If you want to think about immutable as sounding similar to mutation or change, right? Immutable, the prefix im, means not. So in Latin, im meaning not. So think about it, you can think about it in terms of like immovable. So it means can't move it. Immutable means you can't change it. Exactly. So chat, what's an example of another data type that's immutable that we've previously covered? In Python, what's another data type that's immutable? Yeah. RDT and Crayon and Umthim say strings. Exactly. Yeah, because if we want to take a string and we want to like take in a one particular string and return a modified version of that string, we can't change the original string. We have to create a new string and sort of base it on the original, but the original is still going to be there. We can't change it. Yeah. What's an example of a mutable data type? A mutable or a changeable data type that we've covered. Yeah, lists, absolutely. Lists can be mutable. And that was kind of one of the first big differences that we saw between strings and lists, right? You can do a lot of the same things with strings that you can do with lists. You can, you can call a lot of the same methods and that type of thing. Do a lot of this kind of the same operations. You can like split a string into a list and that kind of thing. So they can be they can seem deceptively similar in that you can do, you can reference them by indexes and stuff like that. But the difference there is that lists are mutable. So you can take in a list and then you can directly modify it, and that original list is forever changed. The original list has been mutated. It's been changed. And so it's just something to keep in mind when you're thinking about data types, which ones can be changed directly and which ones can't. Which ones are going to cause an error if you try to change it directly. Yeah. So tuples are immutable. A tuple is a sequence of values much like a list, but this being the difference is that lists are mutable. Lists can be changed, but tuples are immutable. So the values stored in a tuple can be any type, and they are indexed by integers. So just like lists. You can reference a value in a list by its index, just like a tuple, but the tuples are immutable. Tuples are also comparable and hashable, so we can sort lists of them and use tuples as key values in Python dictionaries. All right, so here's what a tuple looks like. Essentially, it looks similar to a list, except it doesn't have the square brackets around it, right? So no square brackets, just a comma-separated list of values stored in a variable. Although it is not necessary, it is common to enclose tuples in parentheses to help us quickly identify tuples when we look at Python code. And yeah, it seems like a good idea. It's a quick way to denote, hey, here's the start and here's the end, because we're used to looking for like open and closing, symbols around a group of values. So I like this. That's probably how I'll do it. But it still shows that it's different than a list, right? Because a list has square brackets. To create a tuple with a single element, you have to include the final comma. Crayon says, it also makes it much clearer if you're making a tuple of multiple tuples. Yeah, that's a great point, Crayon. Definitely. If you're nesting, things can get, I would imagine things can get pretty wild if you didn't include parentheses. Yeah, how would that even work? My goodness. Yeah, definitely. But to create a tuple with a single element, you also have to include a final comma. Without the comma, Python treats this value here as an expression with a string in parentheses that evaluates to a string. Yeah, that makes sense. Another way to construct a tuple is the built-in function tuple. With no argument, it creates an empty one. So kind of like how we would define an empty dictionary. Thank you for the follow. DF7 Sociopath. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. If the argument is a sequence, a string, a list, or a tuple, the result of the call to tuple is a tuple with the elements of the sequence. Interesting. Okay, so if we call tuple, and we pass in something like a sequence. So in this case, something that's kind of already a combination of separate values. In this word, we're taking the word lupins, and we're passing it in and calling tuple on it. Then it gets turned into a tuple with the individual letters split out with commas. So because tuple is the name of a constructor, you should avoid using it as a variable name. So most list operators also work on tuples. The bracket operator indexes an element. Yeah, so similar to lists, you can use this sort of bracket notation to find a value by its index. It is pretty much identical to list or array notation, right? And we can also use the slice operators, just like we could for lists, to retrieve a slice. Now, taking this tuple A, B, C, D, E, as a reminder, how does the slice, if we want to grab a slice on something and we want to pass in beginning and end indices, what do we need to remember about calling slice to make sure that we're returning the correct values? What do we have to remember about the way that a slice works? What's kind of maybe less intuitive about it? Yes, it's a good thing to remember is that indexes start with 0, yes. But particularly for slicing, what do we have to remember? Yeah, the first element is the inclusive index. So that's the index that we start with. However, the n index that we pass in is going to be exclusive, meaning it's going to stop one value before the value at that index. So if you'll notice here, we do start with 0 in this tuple, and we pass in index 1 as our starter. So it's going to start with B. And then if we pass in 3 as our n index, 0, 1, 2, 3, at first glance, you might think it's going to return B, C, and D. But the thing with slicing is that the n index is exclusive, meaning it's going to stop prior to index 3. So it's going to include index 1 and stop prior to index 3. So with that in mind, we just return B and C as our final values. Yes, the ending index is not included in the result. And again, that's something we covered before, but it's important to remember that, and because it's a really easy mistake to make And you end up, returning the wrong values or too many values. So similar to lists, again, you can reference them by index, you can return a slice, that kind of thing. But if you directly try to modify one of the tuple elements, you get an error. So in this case, we're trying to reassign the value at index 0 to a capital A. Red Swan, thank you so much for following. Good to have you here. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, we see that object does not support item assignment, meaning it's immutable, right? Now, you can't modify the elements of a tuple, but you can replace one tuple with another. So what are we doing here? We're saying, okay, take a value of t, and we're going to set it to a new tuple with the first value being a, and then adding the current value of t starting at index 1. So essentially we're taking the existing tuple stored in t, which is this right here, and we're taking a slice that starts at index 1, so starting with b and going to the end, and we're concatenating that with a new tuple starting with a capital A. So we're saying, all right, take everything currently stored in t, starting with the second value onward, and create a new tuple by concatenating capital A with this slice, and then reassign it to t. So we can't modify the tuple directly, but what we can do is we can take the existing value and reassign it to modify it, which is interesting. So we can't modify it directly, but we can reassign it to itself. So that was a little confusing. So stop me if that, if that doesn't make sense. If you're like, wait, hang on. Because yeah, that's a little bit, you got to kind of wrap your head around that one. The difference here being that we can't just modify the existing tuple in place. So we can't modify it directly, but we can take the variable it's stored in and reassign that variable based on the current value. So it's kind of like when we take a counter and we increment it, right? We have an existing value in a counter, and we want to take whatever that existing value is and we add 1 to it, and then we reassign it, right? So that's how we would increment a counter in like a for loop. Essentially, that's what we're doing here. We're just saying, hey, this variable has a value in it. Take some part of that current value and modify it and reassign it. Okay? So we're not modifying the object itself, but we are reassigning the value in that variable. So if you want to think about it in terms of what's happening behind the scenes, remember that a variable essentially only points to a certain point in memory, right? There's a bunch of stuff stored in memory, and the variable just references a specific location in memory. And so essentially what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, look in this memory location and retrieve this value of this object, or part of the value of this object, create a new value in memory, and point this variable to a new value. So the original object still exists, we're just not pointing to it anymore. Okay, so we're getting around not being able to modify the object directly. We're just having our variable create a new, we're creating a new object and having our variable point to it now. All right, so comparing tuples. The comparison operators work with tuples and other sequences. Python starts by comparing the first element from each sequence. If they are equal, it goes on to the next element and so on until it finds elements that differ. Subsequent elements are not considered, even if they are really big. All right, let's see what they mean by that. BJ, I don't know what you mean by that. If you see me like rubbing up here, I have a bad shoulder, and so it's actually pretty painful sometimes. So that's why if you see me rubbing up here, I'm not scratching. I'm rubbing my bad shoulder. Dan says, but comparison is the thief of joy. It is, yes. That's a good thing to remember, right? Comparison is the thief of joy, indeed. Maybe it's in the programming language Scratch. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've never looked at Scratch. I know it's for kids, but I don't know. It seems kind of cool. Crayon says if you write a program with far too many comparisons, you're probably having a bad time. Yeah, definitely. All right, so here's a comparison. And what they're essentially doing here is we're looking to see, okay, we're comparing the first element from each sequence. Okay, so here we are. We're saying, all right, is this tuple less than this tuple? So we compare the first two elements. They're equal. But then in the second element, 1 is less than 3. So we return true immediately. And in the second case, though, again, we compare the first two elements, 0 to 0. Then we confirm 1 is less than 3, and we immediately return true, even though the very next element is huge. So, yeah, I see what that means there. The sort function works the same way. It sorts primarily by the first element, but in the case of a tie, it sorts by the second element, and so on. This feature lends itself to a pattern called DSU, for decorate, sort, and undecorate. Ooh, interesting. Never heard this one before. Decorate a sequence by building a list of tuples with one or more sort keys preceding the elements from the sequence. Sort the list of tuples using sort, and then undecorate by extracting the sorted elements of the sequence. I'm interested to see how this is applied. For example, suppose you have a list of words and you want to sort them from longest to shortest. So we have some text here from Romeo and Juliet. But soft, what light in yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. We take the words and we split out the text into the individual words. And chat, when we do this, what is it going to split by? If we call the split method on a string like this, which is essentially kind of a sentence or part of a sentence, you'll notice that we don't pass in anything to the split method here. So by default, what is it going to split by? Yes, it's going to split by space by default. Now, we could pass in, exactly, any single space. Now, we could pass in something here. We could pass in an argument to the split method. It will take it. We could pass in an alternative delimiter, something like commas or dashes or quotes, something like that, if we want to control that. But otherwise, by default, it's going to split on space. So we're saying, all right, we're splitting apart text into a list of words. And then we're setting T to an empty list. And we're saying for each word in words, we are appending to our list the length of the word, and then the actual word itself. And then we're sorting it. And then we're setting a new list. And then we're saying for length comma word in T. Okay, so essentially for the sorted, so we're sorting this by the longest word first. And then we're appending only the words. We're getting rid of the lengths, and we're appending only the words to our new Aries list here. All right, so let's actually do this. I feel like it would be easier if we actually did this one to follow what's happening here. Okay, yes, that's a good clarification, Crayon. So they mentioned, when we call split here, it's going to split on any empty space. So it could be a single space, sequence of spaces, and new line characters. Okay, yep, that's a good clarification. And if you're not sure, exactly what it's going to be, you can always look at the official Python documentation as well. If you want to be perfectly clear, if you have, some things like, like a series of text with tabs, new line characters, multiple spaces, things like that, you can always double check before you run it. And if you want to be super sure, you can always, pass in explicitly what delimiter you want to use as well. All right, so let's actually do this one. So move this up a little bit. And I'm going to I'm going to clear the terminal here. Oops. All right. So set this value here. And after we do this one, we're going to take a break because we're due for one. So set the value of text. And then we're going to split it. And then let's print words just to see what we have at the moment here. Yeah, so that gives us a list with the individual words separated by space, right? So that worked as expected. And then we're going to define our empty list here. And then for each word in words, we're going to append the length of the word and the word itself. All right. And now we're going to go ahead and I want to go ahead and print what's currently in T. Yeah. So notice what we have here. What we've done is we've essentially created, and I feel like this exercise didn't really explain that very well. What we've done here is we've essentially created a list of tuples, right? So we still have a list with all the words in it, but inside of that list, each element of the list is actually a tuple with two elements, right? It's got the length of the word followed by the word. And so now we can kind of see how this would be useful in helping us sort this information, right? Because we have the list sort of coupled. We have the length of the word coupled with the word itself. And so then if we just sort by this value, then all the words themselves will be in the right order too. So let's do it. We're going to sort by this. And then now if we print this again, what do we have? We have suddenly all the words in the right order, longest to shortest. Thank you so much for the follow, Disco Damaged. Great name. I like that. Disco Damage, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, so now we've got everything sorted correctly, but we don't need these lengths anymore. We want to get rid of those, and what we want to return then is just a list of the words sorted longest to shortest. So we can declare a new list here and only put into that list the words without the lengths. So we're going to say for, oops, didn't copy that. Disco says, is someone learning Python? I'm glad I found this stream. Oh, wonderful. It's good to have you here. I'm glad you're learning Python too. So we're essentially saying, all right, go through T and loop through each tuple in T, but only grab the value of word and append it into our new list. Okay? That's what's happening here. And so when I print that, what we end up with is just a list of the words sorted by length. Okay? So that's how we were able to use tuples in conjunction with lists to do the sort and return a sorted list. So again, what we did here is we essentially created tuples for each word, with the first element of the tuple being the length of the word. And then we were able to sort by this length, keeping it sort of paired with the word it belongs to, and then just return a list of the sorted words. Okay? So essentially what it says here, the first loop builds a list of tuples, where each tuple is a word preceded by its length. Sort compares the first element, length, and only considers the second element to break ties. So as an example of that here, since we're sorting in reverse, keep that in mind. the first 3 words all have a length of 6. So how do we decide what order to put them in? Well, if we're sorting in reverse, it's going to say, okay, these elements are all the same. I need to look at the next element. And in this case, the next element is a string, but we've already seen that how you sort strings is, alphabetical, right? So what is the index value of the alphabet letter? In this case, we're sorting in reverse. So Y has the highest index value, followed by W, and then followed by B. And so that's how it determines, based on a tiebreaker, basically, what order to put those values in. Same with what and soft as well. Okay? All right. So, of course, the line loses much of its poetic impact when turned into a Python list and sorted in descending word length order. Yes, it does. So, Disco Damaged, are you using Python for Everyone to learn Python as well? Or how are you learning Python? I'm just curious. Just going to ask this question and then we'll head to a break. But if you're not using Python for Everyone, I actually highly recommend it because it's free, which is pretty great. Disco says, I'm using an Udemy 200 days course. Okay, yeah, Udemy is good as well. This Python for Everyone is completely free and it's pretty fantastic. So yeah, absolutely. You can do !project in chat. That will give you a link to the course that we're using. And again, it's 100% free and you can even track your progress. You can log in with your Google account and it gives you quizzes, it gives you self-checks, it gives you exercises, and it tracks your progress. So highly recommend. You don't have to pay, I don't remember how much Udemy costs anymore, but you don't have to pay anything for this one. And it's pretty darn good. We've been doing it for the last, couple months here on stream. Yeah. All right, folks, let's take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we're going to keep going with tuples. Safety Vest says no starch press books are worth it. Yeah, there's some really good books out there. Also, I would recommend Humble Bundle. So Humble Bundle, they often have really great deals on books. And essentially it's kind of a pay what you want sort of a thing. So you can often get huge bundles of, educational coding books for $20, like a big bundle of really great books. What's the publisher with the animals on the cover? Chat. The ones that always have animals on the cover. I can't think of it at the moment. O'Reilly, yes. They often have huge bundles of O'Reilly books on a variety of coding topics for, pennies. And so those are pretty good too if you're looking for, low-cost books. Also, check out your local library as well. There's a lot of wonderful resources online. I prefer to use online digital resources for learning, but that's just a personal preference. I know some people do prefer to read books for learning. That's never worked very well for me. I love reading books, but not for learning. But you can also check out your local library. A lot of the times they will have, huge selections of coding books, or, books on computing, networking, that type of thing, completely free. Maybe they're a little bit older, but honestly, if you're learning the fundamentals, it's not really going to matter. You don't have to get the newest books to learn the fundamentals and to get the basics of a language. So if it's a few years old, it's not going to matter. So, don't forget about your local library. A lot of your local libraries are going to have online lending. So you can get ebooks through Libby, which is a really great app. You can use it on your computer, on your phone, on a potato. It doesn't really matter. And you can check out digital books through interlibrary loans. And so it's pretty excellent. And Safety Vest says, some colleges let you get a library card as well. That's how I use O'Reilly. Yes. Yeah. If you are a student or if you have an EDU email address, a lot of the times schools, colleges will let you give you access to a huge network of free resources. So I work for a university actually. So I have an EDU email address. And so I get access to, a massive research library and massive digital libraries through the college, which is pretty great. So yeah, tons of resources out there. Disco says, I used Python crash course I got in a Humble Bundle to learn the basics. Yeah, they had some really good Python deals recently, which made me think of that. I didn't partake because I'm still I'm still kind of getting the basics down. But they had a data analytics bundle recently on Humble Bundle with Python that I was almost jumped on, but I was like, nah, I got to get my feet under me a little bit more first, and then I can dive into that later. Yeah. All right, folks. It is break time. We're gonna take 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we're going to keep learning about tuple assignment. If you have any questions for me over the break, feel free to ask, and then I will address them when we get back. But for now, please get up, get hydrated. You don't want to be sitting for too long. In my case, I stand while I teach. So, I'm standing up right now. So during the breaks, I go and sit down for 5 minutes. So you just got to keep your body moving, right? That's important. All right. So I will see you all in 5 minutes. Alrighty, folks. We got about a minute left in the break, so please come on back if you're coming back. As always, please make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're moving around, getting up and stretching if you've been sitting this whole time. And as always, please pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Crayon says 2 things I'd recommend for you after you get the hang of some of the basics are LeetCode and Advent of Code. LeetCode had loads of little puzzles that let you practice with different data structures. Yeah, so actually, yeah, great suggestion, Crayon, by the way. Yeah, and yeah, Advent of Code is great as well. So I actually, before doing this Python series, my main content is I actually teach full stack web development with a nonprofit called 100 Devs. And so one of the recommendations that we have for folks is that as you're learning anything new, you need to find ways to practice it in, to apply what you're learning in very focused ways, right? And so, yeah, the things that we generally recommend are things like Code Wars and then LeetCode as well. So Code Wars / LeetCode. LeetCode tends to be a little tougher, but it just depends on, where you're at in your learning journey, right? So Code Wars and LeetCode are great. And then Advent of Code, of course, in the 100 Devs group that I teach with, we actually have a group that kind of does Advent of Code together, which is really fun. So it's not strictly for Python. They do more of the JavaScript and that kind of thing. But yeah, I definitely agree. Any way that you can apply what you're learning in a focused way, especially if it allows you to practice specific, like have specific applications of what you're learning. So things like, okay, I've just learned dictionaries. I've just learned lists. I want to repeat problems that have to do specifically with dictionaries and lists. Then with Code Wars and LeetCode, you can find, specific problems that are targeted to that topic and keep working on those things until you really understand, those topics inside and out. So yeah, I highly recommend Code Wars, LeetCode, Advent of Code. All those things are really great. Absolutely. Noel says, I'm learning JavaScript and decided to test my knowledge with Advent of Code using JavaScript. Talk about discouraging, but I'm sticking with it. Yeah, Advent of Code can be pretty tricky. That's why, the folks in 100 Devs tend to do it, as a team. So it's a little easier than trying to tackle it yourself. But yeah, it's a challenge, definitely. I'm not sure if it is in every language or just JavaScript, but yeah. All right, let's go on to the next topic here. So prior to the break, we kind of did an example showing a practical application of tuples, using it to sort essentially a series of words by length. We were able to use tuples to help us to do that. Crayon says Advent of Code is a challenge in any language, but some languages are better at handling some problems than others. Absolutely, that's a great point. And it's always an important thing to remember. I try to remind folks when they say, oh, you're learning Python. Well, why aren't you learning C, right? Well, or oh, you're learning Python, or well, why learn Python over, Vue or something like that. But it's more about, okay, what problem are you trying to solve? What problem are you trying to solve with this language? And so in my case, I'm trying to solve data problems. And so Python is a great way to do that, data analytics problems. But, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But, trying to hammer a nail with a shoe is maybe not always the best option. So the more languages you know, the better chance you have of having a larger tool belt and having the right tools in your tool belt to solve those problems. Yeah, but with something like Advent of Code, you can do it in any language you want, but some things are going to be easier than others if you know specific languages. Yep. And hey, doing Advent of Code in Excel actually sounds like a fantastic idea. Um, I love Excel. I've said it many times. Excel is the best piece of software that humanity has ever created because it is so versatile. So I would actually love to try Advent of Code in Excel. I think that sounds like a blast. I would love to do that. Maybe I should do that. You're giving me ideas now, Crayon. Dan says, "Wait, do we invest in hammers or not?" I was recently glad that my dad got me. I was installing a standing desk in another, not this room, in another room. I was installing a wall mounted standing desk, and I actually like it's asked for a socket wrench, and it's like, how many people actually have a socket wrench at home? I was so glad that my dad got me a socket wrench set like 3 years ago, and I've never used it, but I actually had one. Let's just use machine code. Yeah, let's just program directly in assembly. Yeah, exactly. That's Python. Yes, that's why I'm learning Python web developer. It's so good for data analytics. Yep. Yeah. Because in my day job, I know that many of you are familiar with, I know that many of you are familiar with me teaching full stack web development here on stream, but that's actually not what I get paid for. I've never gotten, other than like a couple freelance clients here and there, I've never gotten paid for web development, even though that's what I teach. What makes the money, not the big bucks, but the money, is data engineering. That's what I do for my day job. So that's why I'm learning Python. And I've actually already been able to use Python. I've already been able to apply my rudimentary Python skills to solve a problem at work. So it's already had a practical application for me. All right, tuple assignment. So one of the unique syntactic features of the Python language is the ability to have a tuple on the left side and a sequence on the right side of an assignment statement. This allows you to assign more than one variable at a time to the given sequence. Interesting. That sounds a little bit like, maybe like destructuring in JavaScript, right? I don't know if it's the same, but it sounds similar. In this example, we have a 2-element tuple, and we assign the first and second elements of the tuple to the variables x and y in a single statement. So in this case, we have a tuple containing have and fun. And then we say, all right, x comma y equals m, where x gets assigned to have and y gets assigned to fun. Yeah, so this sounds like destructuring a little bit. So this is more general than tuple to tuple assignment. Both tuples and lists are sequences, so this sequence works with a 2-element list as well. So we can do this, essentially the same operation with both a tuple and a list. It's not magic. Python roughly translates the tuple assignment syntax to be the following. So we're essentially saying m is a tuple with value of have at index 0 and the value of fun at index 1. And so we're saying, all right, set x to the value of m at index 0 and y to the value of m at index 1. And that's how it does the assignment. Stylistically, when we use a tuple on the left side of the assignment statement, we omit the parentheses, but the following is an equally valid syntax. I disagree, it is magic. So we set m equal to a tuple of have and fun, and then we're essentially doing, so this is essentially JavaScript destructuring. So if you're familiar with that, then that's essentially what's happening here. We're saying, all right, here's a tuple, setting it equal to m, and then we're saying, all right, for this tuple of x and y, setting that equal to m means that x becomes have and y becomes fun. A particularly clever example of tuple assignment allows us to swap the values of two variables in a single statement. So both sides of the statements are tuples, but the left side is a tuple of variables. The right side is a tuple of expressions. Each value on the right side is assigned to its respective variable on the left side. All right, so let's kind of break that down a little bit because that was kind of a confusing sentence. So these values on the left side are a tuple containing variables a and b. Okay? Variables a and b. On the right side, we have expressions B and A. So what we're going to get out of this is variable A is equal to expression B. Variable B is equal to expression A, but we're essentially doing a swap. So whatever the original value of B was is now assigned to A, and whatever the original value of A was is now assigned to B, and we can swap the values of two variables that way. My builder says, was your jaw ever broken? No. No. I do have TMJ, but it wasn't ever broken. Noel says, this is going to be a fun quiz a week later. I guess we'll know if it's sinking in. Yeah, right? This is some wild stuff, isn't it? And I think some of the wording here is a little bit, some of the wording here is a little bit more dense than what we've seen in previous topics. So that's why I've been kind of going back on, some of the more confusing sentences and restating them, because some of it's a little bit dense. Yeah, Crayon says, I don't quite understand what the difference between variables and expressions is in this context. Yeah, that's a great question. So let's go over it again. All right, so what we're saying here is we have a variable A, and A contains a value. Let's say it's 1. B contains a value as well. Let's say it's 2. And what we're doing here is we're essentially saying, take these two variables, A and B, and set them equal to the other variables' values. And so what we're saying here is on the left side, we have the variables A and B. And on the right side, we're saying, okay, we know that B contains 2 and A contains 1. And so on the right side, we're essentially saying take the value of B, which is 2, and take the value of A, which is 1, and assign them in order to these variables. So because the way that you assign a variable, is you say variable name on the left side of the equal sign and variable value on the right side of the equal sign, right? So in this case, we have an equal sign here with the variables on the left and their values on the right. So implicitly, it's going to say, okay, take these two variables and assign them to these values in order. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's a little wild, isn't it? All right, so let's go ahead and let's kind of step that through a little bit, because I know it's still confusing even when you, Anil says, I just joined. Isn't that something similar to destructuring in JavaScript? It absolutely is. Yep. We were just talking about that earlier. I was like, okay, this is basically destructuring. Yep. If you're familiar with that concept, you have a little bit of a leg up here, because that's essentially what this is. Yep. All right, so let's just do this real quick. So we're going to say A equals 1, B equals 2, right? So if I essentially type in this expression and say, all right, take a tuple of A and B and set it equals to B, comma, A, I'm saying I want to take these two variables and assign A to the current value of B and B to the current value of A. So I'm going to do that. And now we're going to say print A. Now it's 2. Print B, it's 1. So we can see that they've been reassigned, if that helps at all. So the left side is a tuple of variables, A and B. The right side is a tuple of expressions, meaning the value of A and B. Crayon says, I never realized this was using tuples. I do this all the time. Isn't it neat when you learn the application of something first, and then you go back later and you realize it has a name, or it has a, you can define it. That's kind of neat, isn't it? And I get that a lot because I don't have any professional, like I don't have any educational background in computer science. I never took a coding course or anything that I actually understood. Um, so, I've learned all this stuff on the job, all my coding, skills I learned on the job. And so for me, I learned a lot of this stuff. I learned the application of it first, just, okay, do this to make something happen, or do this to accomplish a task. But I didn't know what it was called or the reasoning behind it generally until I actually started, getting more of an educational background in coding. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Switcher. Good to have you here. Now, something to note here, and this makes sense, right, is that the number of variables on the left and the number of values on the right must be the same, because we're doing this direct assignment here. We're assigning in order. So A to 1, B to 2. Oh, we've got too many values over here. Hey, Tobadelius, good to see you. Good to have you here. More generally, the right side can be any kind of sequence, string, list, or tuple. For example, to split an email address into a username and domain, you could write, so we have this email address here, monty@python.org, and then we say uname, comma, domain equals the value of address split into a list with 2 values. So this assignment will work because we're calling the split operator at the ampersand, at the @ sign, to split it into 2 separate values, Monty and python.org, which then becomes a list of 2 values. And so the rules hold, and we can assign uname to Monty and domain to python.org. Coffee and Tetris, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. They say, that's cool. I've done several small projects with Python, but I did not know this concept existed. Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? And it's essentially, a concept I was already familiar with from JavaScript called destructuring. But, I didn't know that, it existed outside of JavaScript because it's kind of cool. And I can definitely see the application for it, right? You can pull apart text into, stuff like this where we're saying, all right, just, I want to see the domains. I want to see people's usernames. What's an easy way to do that? I can quickly do this assignment in one line. So pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, there's always more to learn about a language, right? Even if it's a language you already know and are pretty comfortable with, when you start kind of going back to basics and studying it from the fundamentals, oftentimes you'll discover that there's things that you missed because you just haven't had to use them before. Oh, always. Yeah, absolutely. So, yep, as we notice, print uname is now Monty, print domain is python.org. All right, so we've looked at lists and tuples. Crayon says, doing this does require very strict knowledge of the input. Yes, because remember, if you violate this rule of, unbalancing both sides of the equation, then you're going to get an error. Yep, so you got to have very controlled input there. In my case, just thinking about kind of the data that I interact with, a lot of it is kind of pre-sanitized for me in the fact that, I'm working with data in tables most of the time. That are going to have kind of strict definition for what's in those columns, right? If something's in a column called email address, I'm going to know the format kind of beforehand. So I can see this coming in handy for me, given that, I'm primarily working with tables. And I can say, all right, well, the email address column already has a strict format. So I can go in there and I'm going to know that it's going to have at minimum like an @ sign and then a dot something. And so I can break that apart. I can easily do that destructuring assignment because I already know what's going to be in that column. Dano says, hi, hello, how goes the coding? It's going really well. We're learning some new stuff. We're learning about tuples, which is not something I was familiar with prior to this lesson. So a lot of the things we've covered so far have kind of had analogs in JavaScript. So I already know JavaScript, so I know a lot of these concepts already just from a fundamental level. But tuples are something new. So this has been interesting for me. Yeah, it's very exciting. Absolutely. Crayon says, yeah, it'll be checked at the front end already for validity. Yeah, in my case, a lot of what I do as a data engineer is actually sanitizing inputs before they get written to our tables. So our stuff doesn't necessarily get checked on the front end, unfortunately. I wish it did. That would be lovely. But I build data pipelines that do a lot of that. So instead of getting checked on the front end, it kind of gets checked on the middle in the pipeline, I guess. We get a lot of garbage data coming in from our front ends that we then sanitize before it gets written to our tables. Yeah. So it is going to be sanitized, but by us. Dano says, have you gone over list comprehensions yet? Actually, that's funny. Dan Can Code was just asking about that too. So we have gone over, we've gone over lists and dictionaries. I don't think we've strictly gone over list comprehensions yet, but I'm sure we'll probably get there. Sagama says, are tuples the same as multi-dimensional arrays? So in this case, so here's an example. In this particular example that we did here, we combined lists and tuples to create kind of a nested array. To essentially create an array of tuples. Not sure if that's strictly defined as a multidimensional array, but here's for example a list of tuples. Now, tuples themselves are not multidimensional necessarily. It could just be a singular list of values. So just a comma separated list of values. And the only difference between a tuple and an array or a list, depending on what language you're using, is that tuples are immutable. So unlike an array or a list, with a tuple, you really cannot change it. So tuples themselves are also comparable and hashable. So they're immutable, comparable, and hashable. But a simple tuple can just look like this. Yeah, that's a good definition there, Dana Webb, asking about CSS. Yep, that's correct. Yeah. No, schizophrenic. Dano's definition is correct. The abbreviation for cross-site scripting is XSS. The abbreviation for cascading style sheets is CSS. Hey, Switcher. Yeah, so we're a little bit far along in here, but if you want to go back to the beginning of where we started, do !YouTube in chat. And I have a Python playlist on my YouTube channel where you can start at the very beginning. So if you're new to Python, then you can start at the very beginning, which might be a good place, if you're just new to this. Yeah. So head over to my YouTube channel, click on playlists, and I have a Python playlist there, which is basically starting at lesson 1. And also my YouTube channel is ad free. So if you hate ads as much as I do, head on over there and you can watch my stuff ad free. All right. Oh, you did some research. Okay, that's awesome. I don't really do one-on-one teaching, Switcher, but you can look at the information I already have put out there on my YouTube channel, and that's where you can start. And also, you're welcome to, pop here into chat anytime. If I did honestly, if I did one-on-one teaching, I would never have any free time for myself. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm excited to learn that too, Dano. All right, let's keep going here. So, let's see, dictionaries and tuples. So dictionaries have a method called items that returns a list of tuples where each tuple is a key value pair. So here we have a dictionary, and you'll notice that the dictionary has keys and values. Remember, the notation for a dictionary is essentially the same as a JavaScript object. Now we're creating a new list here, and we're extracting the items from our dictionary and storing them in a list as tuples. So note the difference here. We're essentially returning the same information as what was already in the dictionary, but we're returning it in a list format stored as pairs of tuples. Okay? WebDev says in .NET they also use dictionary for objects. Yeah, that's one of those terminology things. It's kind of different by language, right? Hey, Diaz Tech, good to see you. Josh says, is this Python 2? This is, I think I'm on version 3.12. That's my current Python version. Oh, no, it's okay, Switcher. Yeah. No, you're good, Switcher. You're welcome to stick around if you want. Yeah, my direction for you there, Switcher, if you're looking for a place to start learning Python, Python for everyone. Follow along in these lessons right here, and it's free, and it's been a great course so far. I started out not knowing any Python, and I have already been able to apply it for real projects. Yeah, so the note here too, yeah, TV Josh says, I mean, in 3, I think it doesn't return a list of tuples for dot items. Oh, you use list. Yeah. So in this case, note here, it's essentially creating an empty list, and we're returning the value of items inside of that list. Yep. So there's a wrapper here. Crayon says, wait, so in JavaScript, a dictionary is called an object? That's correct. Yep. So the notation for what you would call a dictionary in Python is simply referred to as an object in JavaScript. Again, terminology can get weird sometimes, right? But what's happening here is we're taking a dictionary, we're creating a list, and we're populating it with the key value pairs from the dictionary joined together as tuples, which we then can sort, by comparing the tuples and return that. So we can also do multiple assignment with dictionaries as well. Combining items, tuple assignment, and 4, you can see a nice code pattern for traversing the keys and values of a dictionary in a single loop. So we have this dictionary here. And we're saying for key val in the dictionary items, print each key and value. Yes, that's correct, web developer. It's a for loop just like JavaScript. So if we do that, we can see that the output is 10 and A, 1 and B, 22 and C. So this loop has 2 iteration variables because items returns a list of tuples and key val is a tuple assignment that successfully iterates through each of the key value pairs in the dictionary. Wow, that was a sentence, right? That was a sentence. So remember that iteration variables essentially just refer to the markers that we use to loop through something, to loop through some kind of a multi-value object, whether it's a list or a dictionary, whatever. So if we loop through that iteratable object, we have to say, all right, how many times should we loop through it? What should we be looping through? In this case, we want to loop through the values, the keys and the values at the same time. So we have 2 iteration variables. And when we call the items method on our dictionary, what we get is essentially the keys and values as tuples. And we want to iterate through both the key and value at the same time, and then print the key and value. All right. Yeah, the fact that the term object means something very different in Python does sound, yes, exactly. So you'll sometimes hear me mix up the terminologies a little bit. I might say, array instead of list, or I might say object instead of dictionary. And that's just because I'm coming from JavaScript, where those same terms mean something, those different terms mean something, the same thing, right? Array is a list is an array. Object is a dictionary is an object. So I'll sometimes make that mistake. So items is another method of the dictionary that returns both key and value. Yeah, so essentially what it's doing is it's returning key and value as a tuple. Yeah, so if we go back up here, let's see. Yeah, this method called items returns a list of tuples. So keep in mind, it's not splitting everything. It's splitting it into tuples of the key value pairs. So for each iteration through the loop, both key and val are advanced at the same time. If we combine these two techniques, we can print out the contents of the dictionary sorted by the value in each stored in each key value pair. To do this, we first make a list of tuples where each tuple is value key. The items method would give us a list of key value tuples, but this time we want to sort by value, not key. Once we have constructed the list with these tuples, it's a simple matter to sort the list in reverse order and print out the new sorted list. Okay, so let's walk through this and then we're going to do it. Because it's easier, you can read about this stuff and you can think you understand it, and then when you have to actually apply it, you're like, what? And so it's a good idea when we encounter difficult topics like this, is that we read through the exercise, we talk through it, and then we actually write the code ourselves and see what it does. So Umthim asks, what happens when we print d.items? Well, let's do this here. We're going to do this exercise and we're going to see what happens. All right. So we have a dictionary here. We're defining an empty list, and we're looping through our dictionary and appending the value followed by the key to that list. So when we print that value, what we get is this, which is essentially a list of tuples, and then we can immediately turn around and sort it, and we'll see that it gets sorted in numeric order. Web developer, I think you want to be very careful about that. And now you can say better or worse, but I think that, it's really important to remember that it's all about the right tool for the job, right? I would never use JavaScript for data analysis because it's just not built for that. But Python is. And so Python is very useful for data analysis. Yeah, is there stuff that's a little bit less, maybe a less intuitive syntactically, things like the indentations? Yeah. But it's a breeze to use it for data analysis compared to JavaScript. So it's all about the right tool for the job. I think, there's people out there that would argue that COBOL is the perfect language, right? And I think that a lot of it depends on familiarity and the types of tasks you're trying to do with the language. So you should never write things off without saying, okay, what is the best tool for the job that I'm trying to do right now? So just be careful with, writing things off just because of the way they look, or if they seem hard initially. It's just what you're looking for depending on your use case. And as Crayon says, Python's their first language. So the indentations feel more readable to them than the bracket structure, where, I'm coming from, JavaScript, more of a JavaScript background. And so that's more readable to me, but where you start is what you're most familiar with. And so that's going to be easiest to you intuitively. And I've gotten a lot more comfortable with the indentations and stuff of Python just as I've used it more. It starts to become more natural. All right, anyway, let's do this one. So we'll say, all right, we've got a dictionary here. I'm going to pull this over so we can see it. Okay, so our dictionary has these 3 values in it. Actually, I'm going to clear the terminal as well. Hang on. All right, let's do that. All right, so our dictionary has those 3 items in it. And first off, the question was, what happens if we print d.items? So let's do that really quickly. Print d.items. Okay, so what we have there is a dictionary of tuples, essentially. So, or sorry, not a dictionary, sorry, a list. My apologies. It's saying, all right, we have this dictionary, and here are the items in the dictionary, and it's printed as a list of tuples. However, in this case, what we're doing in this exercise is it's essentially, yes, list is an array. Yeah. So if you, I know web developer, you're coming from a JavaScript background, so list is an array. Yep. It's just a, vocabulary difference. So we're saying here, loop through each key value pair in our dictionary and append it into our list in reversed. So putting the value first before the key. So for each key and value in our list items here, we're going to append the items in reverse as tuples into our list L. So we're essentially taking these dictionary items and we're reversing them so the value is first. So for example, if we had, those words from Romeo and Juliet that we had earlier, if we had those stored in a dictionary, by like a histogram, right? The word and then its length, we could reverse that so that the length comes first and then we can do a sort on it. So that's kind of where the use case comes in. All right, so we're doing an append here. And then if we just print that, we now have a list with these tuples in it. And then if we sort it, oops, sorry. Womp womp. And my cursor's at the bottom now. No. All right. There we go. Perhaps you forgot a comma. Yeah, I messed up. All right, my cursor's at the bottom now. Enjoy. So we're going to sort that. And then if we print it again, now we can see it's sorted by length first. So now I know this was kind of abstract in some ways. You might be like, okay, why the heck does this matter? This was really complicated. Why do we care? So we're gonna do an application. So what an exercise we've been doing several times so far throughout this course is looking at a passage from Romeo and Juliet and essentially dissecting the text in various ways. So previously what we'd done is we had taken in the text and we'd parsed it out, and we had made a histogram of the most sort of common words. So taking each individual word, assigning them to a dictionary, and then printing how many times that word occurs as the value in the dictionary. However, we can do more with that by continuing the exercise and adding tuples and doing sorts and things. So coming back to this running example, we can augment our program to use this technique to print the 10 most common words in the text. So previously, we had just built a dictionary listing the words and how many times they occur. We hadn't done anything with it. Now we can take that dictionary and do more with it. Oh, cleared that terminal already. We can take that dictionary and do more with it to then sort and find the 10 most common words. So let's see, do I have this file already? Let me check. I don't know that I have that file. Is this it? Yeah, so this is it. Okay. Yeah, so I have the file just with a different name. So we'll use that. All right, so I'm going to create a new file here. We're not going to do this one in the terminal. We're going to do it in a file. Romeo sort.py. Okay, so we're doing an import here first. I guess this is to use some additional methods. And we're going to open our file. Actually, why am I just doing this line by line? I can just do this. All right, so we're going to open our file. Mine's just called romeo.txt. And then we're going to set up a new dictionary, counts equals dictionary. And then for each line in the file, web developer says, how can we best memorize all the terminal commands? I don't know, practice them. And then the ones you shouldn't memorize everything. That's not just something you should aim for. What you should do is practice the basic ones so you can memorize those and then use documentation for anything you don't remember. Googling is not bad. That's one thing I have to keep reminding folks, is that Googling is not a bad thing. It's not like college or school where they're like, oh, you have to memorize everything. That's not true. Know where the documentation is, know how to use Stack Overflow, and you'll be fine. So in this case, we're opening our file, and then for each line in the file. Now, chat, how does Python, exactly, Safety Vest says, Googling is my #1 skill at work. 100%, mine too. How does Python know what a line is, chat? My file here has multiple lines. It has these 4 lines. How do I know? How does Python know what a line is? Notice I didn't define line. How does Python know? Yeah, it knows because in the text, there is a hidden new line character, /n, literally means new line. And that is what Python reads to define a line. Yeah, and ChatGPT can be very helpful as well. Just be careful because it can be very wrong. But it can be helpful to simplify a topic, right? If you kind of already know the gist of a topic, you can be like, okay, explain this to me in simpler words, right? Yeah, so ChatGPT can be very useful as long as you're careful about how you use it. Yeah, new line. All right, so it knows what a line is because of the new line characters. And what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, take each of these lines and do various operations to them. So essentially all this is doing here in so many words is it's just removing punctuation. So what this translate is doing here is essentially just removing punctuation. That's why we had to import the string library, because this library contains punctuation. It's going to remove all of those. It's going to convert all the words to lowercase. And it's going to split all the words into like a list of the words. So it's going to split the strings into a list. So for every line, it's going to remove the punctuation. It's going to convert everything to lowercase. And it's going to split it into a list of the individual words. So why are we doing this? These 2 lines here, why are we doing this? Why did we add these 2? Why are these 2 lines here? Why are these 2 lines in the script? Yeah, exactly. We don't care for this exercise. For this exercise, what's the purpose? What are we trying to do, right? We're trying to strictly look at the words themselves and find the 10 most common occurring words. However, if we look at the raw text, what do we see? We see capital letters, right? Now, in this case, there's no extra punctuation, but in standard text, there would be. There would be commas here, and we can add commas, actually. We'll just, get a little fancy with it. Something like that, right? In standard text, you're going to have punctuation. You're going to have commas. You're going to have periods. You're going to have exclamation points, question marks, quotes, all those things. You're going to have capital letters in this case. And so we don't care about any of those things. And we don't want, for example, a capital but or a capital and to be counted differently from a lowercase and or but. We just care about the words themselves. And so this is an important thing that we have to remember to do when you're doing data analytics, is that your inputs should be as sanitized as possible so you don't end up with unnecessary noise or things that are going to screw up your statistical analysis. So these are very important what's happening here. We're getting rid of the punctuation. We're getting rid of any capitalizations, capital but, I know. I caught that too. And then we're splitting it out into a list of individual words. Yeah. So this is actually very important, which is why I wanted to pause on it. You have to know what your incoming data looks like so that you can correct for all the random garbage and noise you're going to get. Because imagine if we hadn't done this. All these capital words here would be counted separately from the lowercase words. Exactly. Data cleaning. Yep. That's actually a huge part of data analytics and data science is data cleaning. No, you're good, Switcher. You're fine. It's good to ask questions. Yeah, you're going to, and everybody's, everybody starts somewhere and then you end up somewhere better. Umtham says, are those double quotes? I don't remember what all the arguments for this make trans method are, but essentially I believe these are just, you're taking the string punctuation values, so any punctuation value, and you're replacing it with an empty string. So these are single quotes enclosing an empty string. Yeah, single quotes enclosing an empty string, meaning essentially take any punctuation value and replace it with an empty string. So get rid of it. So what are we doing after that? We're taking all the words and we're putting them in a list. And then for each word in our list, if the word does not already exist in our dictionary, we're going to add it and set its initial count to 1. And if it does exist in our dictionary, then we're going to take that existing count and increment it by 1. So we've already done this. We did this a couple weeks ago. We've already done this. But the new part is down here. Now we have our dictionary with all the words in it, and we want to take that and sort it to find the 10 most commonly occurring words. So we're going to define a new list, and we're going to say, okay, loop through each key value pair in our dictionary and append it to our list in reverse order. So the count of occurrences first, followed by the word. Then we sort it by the number of occurrences. And then what are we doing here, chat? What is this last part doing? For key, comma, val in list, colon, 10, print key, comma, val. What is this doing? Yeah, we're getting the first 10, right? The first 10 entries. Yep, first 10 key value pairs in a list. Essentially, the top 10 most used words in that passage. So let's go ahead and try that. So I'm going to save it because I added some punctuation here. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to save this. So essentially the first part of this is just going to create a dictionary. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a print statement. I'm going to say print, we're going to print counts. So this is going to be the first part. Print this first. And then we're going to print the top 10 second. Yeah, list slicing is great in Python. Absolutely. Yeah, it's exactly the same as slice in JavaScript web developer. Yep. Same deal. Yeah. There's a lot of comparisons or similarities anyway. All right. So I'm going to save this. And we're going to quit the interpreter here. And then we are going to say Romeo sort.py. We're going to call this script here and see what happens. All right. Yeah. Okay. So our first print statement just prints out our dictionary. So all this right here, this is just a dictionary. It has, key value pairs with the word and its count. We can see that some words like is occur 3 times. So they occur more often. But then when we essentially create our new list and we sort it, we only return the top 10. This is our final result down here. So the, is, and an are the most often occurring ones, followed by son, and then the rest sorted in reverse alphabetical order. So we read the file, we compute the dictionary, but instead of just printing out our dictionary and being done, we construct the list of tuples and then sort the list in reversed order to actually get the top 10. Sure, go ahead, Dano. Yeah, and Crayon reminds us that the way we're doing this sort here, since these values are the same, these are all ones, based on what we learned about tuples so far, is that if the first value is the same, Python will then go on to the next value and compare those. So in this case, these ones are all the same, if we're talking tuples. These ones are all the same, and so it's going to compare the words as the second value. And we're sorting in reverse order. So in reverse order, Y has a greater index value in the alphabet than W does. So Y comes first, followed by W, W, W. In this case, it's going to look at the second letter. And then T, comes third. So it's just going to keep comparing the values until it gets to, until it's finally able to come up with an order for everything. Dano says print. So yeah, it's essentially you're doing a literal, a string literal, yeah. Template literal, yeah. So we can do, we'll put that in there as well, and we'll run it again. I'm trying to copy from chat. Twitch chat is terrible to copy from. Okay. Twitch was not built for Twitch chat was not built for sharing code snippets. No, it does not handle code well. Absolutely not. Okay, it finally let me copy it. All right. So yeah, if we do this, that'll kind of add some labeling to our values there. So we'll do that. Oh, I didn't save it. Hang on. All right. There. Yeah. So we add some labels there. Dano says, I wish it supported Markdown. That would be awesome. I'm sure that, so I've seen some terminal programs that, I actually was friends with somebody on LinkedIn who actually worked on one of those. There are some terminal programs out there that can handle formatting and help you, format your output and stuff like that. But, they're a separate package that you install. But yeah, it doesn't I wish it natively supported Markdown. That would be nice. Maybe one day. Python 4. Yeah, and doing enough string or template literal can definitely make things easier to read when you're printing them. Definitely. Oh, Twitch chat handling Markdown. Yes, that would be even better. Yeah, I don't know why Twitch chat doesn't handle Markdown. Maybe because they're worried about I don't know, code injection or stuff like that. But yeah, probably some security concerns there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right. So in this case, they used a longer version of the input file, so that's why their output looks different. They used like the full text from Romeo and Juliet, but our little example was good enough for what we were trying to show there. But it's a good reminder of why, if you're trying to do complex analysis, Python is a really good choice for doing it. Because this is a very short program that we just wrote, but we've actually done some really useful statistical analysis. So if you're doing things like, if you're doing things like sentiment like text sentiment, where you're looking for the common frequencies of, word occurrences and things like that. You could handle a file of pretty much any size by this method, and get useful statistics out of it pretty darn quickly with like 19 lines of code. Joey's Bites and Crayon say, yeah, so Twitch chat is essentially IRC behind the scenes. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That makes sense, though. Web developer says Python stole the comment symbol from bash scripting. I have no idea. You'll find that many languages share comment syntax. It just seems to be pretty arbitrary on what symbol they choose for their comments. All right, let's take a break. We're overdue for one. We're almost through here, I promise. This has been kind of a meaty chapter today, but we're making pretty good progress here. So, oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I'll do a quick hydrate here and then we'll take a break. Also, welcome to the stream, Joey. It's good to have you here. Coming in, dropping knowledge. I like it. All right, quick stretch. Oh, it's already past 11 p.m. Hey, if you gotta leave, that's perfectly fine, Crayon. All my streams are recorded, as we've talked about before, and they will eventually end up on YouTube. So you're never gonna miss anything. As always, everybody should, take care of themselves first. Everybody, the more, the healthier you stay, the more likely you are to be actually learning and retaining information. Absolutely. No worries, Crayon. So take care of yourself first. Alrighty, folks. We're going to take 5 minutes for a quick health break and then come on back. And we're going to keep going with tuples. Using tuples as keys is our next topic. Alrighty, folks. I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Alrighty, folks, we got about 30 seconds left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. We'll see you all back here shortly. Make sure that you're staying hydrated. Make sure that you are petting your dogs, petting your cats, and petting your significant others with their permission, of course. And then come on back. Prosper says, pets children. Oh, thank you for the follow, Crayon. Pets children. Hey, yeah, you know, you pet who you got, right? Pet your dogs, pet your cats. I think I do normally say pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your kids. I forgot to say kids this time. So yes, normally I do say pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your children, and pet your significant others with their permission. Yeah. So good catch there, Prosper. Pet your kids if you got them. Dano says Python also supports triple quotes to open and triple quotes to close a multi-line comment section or a multi-line string if assigned to a variable. Okay, that's really good to know, Dano. Multi-line comment section. Okay, because yeah, I think that was a question that I actually had asked last time, was in a multi-line comment, or can you do multi-line comments with Python? So triple quotes is good to know. Yeah, and I think we actually looked at that. Because essentially what you're doing is you're kind of fudging it a little bit, right? Because Dano, you're creating a kind of an anonymous string. That essentially, you're creating a multi-line string that's not assigned to a variable, so it acts like a comment because Python just kind of ignores it. Is that a correct interpretation? Docstring, yeah, got it. Camden Red, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad I remembered that one. Because, yeah, multi-line comments can come in very handy. Yes. All right. Nell says, when in doubt, open the file type in VS Code and highlight and Alt-Shift-A. To add comments? Oh, yeah, to comment something out? Yeah, that can be useful too. I still like to, so, you know, at work, I know I'm not always able to use VS Code. I am most of the time, but there are times when I can't use VS Code to do certain things. And so I like to try to remember what the actual, you know, methodology is, although that is a good point, is that you can kind of just force a comment, you know, help use VS Code to help you with that key command. Absolutely. All right, using tuples as keys in dictionaries. So tuples are hashable and lists are not. If we want to create a composite key to use in a dictionary, we must use a tuple as the key. So first off, a composite key is essentially a key made up of more than one element. So a multi-element key. And this is something you encounter in SQL as well. So for example, if you have a table, let's say you have a table for cars, and you need a way to uniquely identify every record in your cars table. And let's say that your cars table contains information about specific makes and models of cars, things like what colors were they available in, what trims did they have. So if something, for example, let's say a Toyota Corolla could have, depending on the model year, could have multiple possible colors, right? And so what is your key going to be for those records? What's your primary key going to be? Is it going to be the make? No, because there could be multiple records that have a make of Toyota. Is it going to be model? No, because there could be multiple records that have the value of Corolla. Because it could be multiple different colors available. So each one of those is going to have a record. So, you know, Toyota is not unique. Corolla is not unique. Now, year, that's not unique either. But the combination of make, model, year, and color, each one of those, combining those factors together, that can be unique. So instead of using one individual value as your unique identifier, well, but your table may not contain VINs though. If it's more of like a lookup table, something that just is storing information about what makes and what colors were available for that model year. Yeah, if you're just storing information about the cars without having the something as specific as a VIN, your key might have to be a combination of multiple values: make, model, year, and color. So you could have, for example, in SQL, you could have a key of 4 specific values combined together to create a unique reference. And that's what they're talking about when they mean composite key. So similarly, in a dictionary, you could have composite keys as well. And in order to create those, you would use tuples. I don't know what a functional key is, web developer. But in general, a key in a relational database is called a primary key. Or you could have a foreign key, but yeah, there's different types of keys. So yeah, you could have something like a SKU, but I'm talking in the hypothetical case where you don't. Where there are times when you're by default, your data contains no unique identifiers for each record. And so in order to create a unique identifier, you have to generate it yourself by combining multiple values together. And so you can have a composite key. So in this case, we are going to encounter a composite key if we wanted to create a telephone directory that maps from last name, first name pairs to telephone numbers. So we have variables last, first, and number. And we want to essentially say for each last name, first name combination, assign that to a telephone number. And that's because you could have multiple people with, the first name Sarah, right? But it's going to narrow it down a lot more if you combine last name and first name. Now, in real life, it's very possible that you could have multiple people with the same, like with the same first name and last name, right? But assuming in this case you don't. So in this case, we can say, all right, for our directory, which is a dictionary, create a tuple of the last name and the first name, and assign the value as the phone number. So the expression in the brackets is actually a tuple. And we could traverse our dictionary via those tuples, saying for each last name and first name in our directory, then we print out the first name, we print out the last name, and their phone number. All right, so sequences. I've focused on lists of tuples, but most of all the examples in this chapter also work with lists of lists, tuples of tuples, and tuples of lists. Oh boy. To avoid enumerating the possible combinations, it is sometimes easier to talk about sequences of sequences. In many contexts, the different types of sequences, strings, lists, and tuples, can be used interchangeably. So how and why do you choose one over the others? All right, so going back over this again, it's essentially saying that there's a lot of different ways that you can make lists of other lists. So essentially, there's a lot of different ways that you can nest sequences of things together. You can have, lists of lists, you can have lists of tuples, tuples of lists, etc. So how do you choose which one to use in what context? So strings are obviously more limited because the elements have to be characters. So remember, strings are a sequence. Strings are a different way. Strings are a way to, link things together, right? It's a grouping of multiple items, except all of those items happen to be characters in a specific order. So to us, it looks like words. We read it as words, but essentially what it is just a grouping of a specific type of item, in this case, characters. It's a sequence. And remember that strings are immutable. And if you need the ability to change the characters in a string directly, as opposed to creating a new string, instead, you might want to use a list of characters, because lists are mutable, they're changeable. Oh, no worries, Dano. Lists are more common than tuples, mostly because they are mutable. But there's a few cases where you might prefer tuples. So, for example, in a return statement, it is syntactically simpler to create a tuple than a list. In other contexts, you might prefer a list. If you want to use a sequence as a dictionary key, you have to use an immutable type like a tuple or a string. Why? So, chat, why is this? If you want to use a sequence as the key for a dictionary, you have to use an immutable type like either a tuple or a string. Why is that? This is going back to our understanding of what keys are for in dictionaries. If you want to make a key in a dictionary out of a sequence, you can do it with a string or with a tuple. Those are the only two types you can use. Why is that? Switcher says, I don't know. Hey, that's valid. Any guesses on why? So I'll ask this question. What are keys for? What are keys for? The keys need to be unique, yes? IDing, right? And if a key is meant to uniquely identify a record, what do we not want to happen? A key is meant to uniquely identify a record, so what do we not want to happen? We don't want that key to change, right? Exactly. So it needs to be some kind of an immutable type, like a string or a tuple, right? Because it can't change. It needs to always uniquely identify that record in the dictionary. So that key should always be uniquely linked to that value. So that's why we have to use an immutable type that can't be changed. Umtham says, is it recommended or a must? Well, here it says have to, so I'm going to assume it's a must. And just in syntactically, it's a must because again, you can't have those keys just be randomly changing around. Once you assign it, it needs to always uniquely point to the value it's associated with. So it needs to remain static. It can't be changed. How many gigabytes can be stored in our brain before it's full? Well, if you're feeling overwhelmed, it's important to take breaks. So you shouldn't ever work yourself. You shouldn't ever work yourself to the point of exhaustion when you're learning, because then you're not actually learning anything. So if you're getting overwhelmed, you should probably just pause and come back. There's nothing wrong with that either. So that's why, and I'm surprised he didn't explain this here, but that's why we have to use an immutable type, because keys by definition need to always be unique identifiers for the record they're associated with. And then also in a similar vein, if you're passing a sequence, so if you're passing multiple values as an argument into a function, if you use a tuple, you're less likely to have some unexpected behavior because tuples themselves are immutable, so they're not going to change when you pass them into the function. Oh, if it's possible by mistake? Yeah, I don't know. We could test that. So we need to do something like object.freeze? No, not in this case, because again, that's what tuples are for. That's why we're saying to use tuples, because tuples don't change. So by default, they're doing what they need to do. So we don't need to freeze anything because that's how tuples behave by default. That's why it says to use them. So tuples are immutable, so they don't have methods like sort or reverse. lists do, because you can change lists. However, Python provides the built-in functions sorted and reversed, which take any sequence as a parameter and returns a new sequence with the same elements in a different order. So keep in mind here, the difference of what they're saying is that you can't call a sort method directly on a tuple. So we couldn't do something like this. We couldn't do, let's say, tup equals 1, 2. So I've just, oops, sorry, tup, sorry, it has quotes around it. Or wait, does it? No, hang on. I'll just copy this one. There. No? Yes, you'll need to use sorted and reversed. Oh, it doesn't like that. I wonder why. Oh, because I'm not in the interpreter. Ha, I'm an idiot. All right, hang on. Doink. There we go. This will work. All right. So I'm just trying to show the difference between the methods that they're saying to use here. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Dave. I caught that in a minute. Not in Python, you're in Bash. Yeah, Bash is like, I don't know what to do. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So if I create a tuple here, and I try to call something like sort on it. So if you remember, we can use sort methods. We can, we could call like if I try to call t.sort here. Oops. I don't need to, doesn't really matter what I sorted on. Yeah. So you'll see that it says tuple object has no attribute sort, because tuples are immutable. Tuples are immutable. No, web developer, I'm using Git Bash. And then the Python interpreter. But tuples are immutable, so I can't call a method directly on them. But what I can do instead is I can call a function and pass in a tuple and sort that. So remember the difference between methods and functions, is that methods are called directly on the object and interact, and then essentially return a modified version of that object. But I can call a function and have it return a new instance of an object. So I can say, let's do s equals sorted print s. Yeah, well, it's, it's going to return in the same order, but if I sorted it in the opposite order, it would, return the reverse. So that does work if I call the sorted function on my tuple. Nope, methods and functions exist in both types of languages. There's methods and functions exist in JavaScript, web developer. I thought you would know that one. I think your background's in JavaScript. But yeah, there's both methods and functions in JavaScript as well. You can use methods all the time when you work with arrays. If you've ever done anything with an array or a string, you're using methods, not functions. But just keep in mind, tuples are immutable, so you can't use methods on them directly. But what you can do is call a function on it and return a new tuple. All right, so almost done with this section. Last topic here is list comprehension. Sometimes you want to create a sequence by using data from another sequence. You can achieve this by writing a for loop and appending one item at a time. For example, if you wanted to convert a list of strings, each string storing digits, into numbers that you can sum, you would write this. All right, so we're converting a list of string, and each string has digits in it. And we want to convert that into numbers that we can sum. So we have essentially a list of strings here, and we're going to create a new empty list for our integers. And we're going to say for x in list of ints in strings, we're going to append each value from our current list as an integer to our new list. What we can do instead with list comprehension is say, all right, we take our initial list and we do the conversion for each value in our original list. So here's what we want to do for each value in our original list. And then we print that. So I think this was mentioned before as list comprehension. Somebody was asking about this earlier. A couple of folks have asked about it. He doesn't really say what list comprehension is. Just here's an example of how you can use it. So I'm not sure I really understand, but I mean, hey, it's a thing you can do, I guess. So I'm curious, can anybody in chat who's familiar with this, if you can give me a better, because I feel like this doesn't really define it at all. It just says, here's a thing you can do. So not sure I fully understand this yet, but I'm sure we'll learn more about it. No, I think it has a specific, I think it's less about that, web developer. I think it has a specific definition. It's just not really, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that that's fully it. For example, here we're accomplishing a specific task. We're doing specific conversion. But that's all right. I'm sure we'll come back to it later. Also, anybody in chat wants to, if you really know, what this is, and if you want to share that, that'd be great. All right, so debugging, as we've talked about, there's a lot of different ways, a lot of different combinations that you can use when you are, dealing with combining items. So for example, we saw, you can do a list of tuples. You can use tuples as keys in a dictionary. You can combine these kind of structures that we've learned. You can kind of mix and match these structures based on what you're trying to do, or on the types of, analysis that you're trying to create, right? So lists, dictionaries, and tuples are known generically as data structures. So that should be a familiar word for a lot of folks. In this chapter, we're starting to see compound data structures, like lists of tuples and dictionaries that contain tuples as keys and lists as values. Yeah, so those are definitely compound structures. They're structures made up of multiple different types of data structures. They're prone to what I call shape errors. That is, errors caused when a data structure has the wrong type, size, or composition. I could absolutely see that happening. Perhaps you write some code and forget the shape of your data and introduce an error. For example, you're expecting a list with one integer, and I give you a plain old integer not in a list. It won't work. Yeah, I could absolutely see that happening. He doesn't really give any tips on how to debug this, but I guess it's more of just, hey, remember the shape of your data structures. So in this case, data structure is referring to essentially ways to structure your data. So essentially, how are you storing your data in a structured way, in a way that is not random? So is it a tuple and the tuple has specific properties? Is it a list and has specific properties? Is it a dictionary that has specific properties, etc.? Now the shape of that is essentially, okay, now that you've put your data into structures, what is the roadmap for what data is in what structure? So that's what I would refer to as the shape of the data, is what data is currently stored in what structure. So you might find this glossary useful here at the end. We're not going to read through it, but essentially, when we see these terms, what do they actually mean in terms of specifically Python? All right, whew, that was a lot, right? We did a lot there. But I think the best way to determine our level of comprehension of what we just went through is to do some exercises. So we're going to do the exercise that has an auto grader, so it will check our work for us to see if, whether we did it right or not. Because otherwise, if we just do these exercises here, we won't know whether we got to the intended answer or not necessarily. But I like the auto graded ones because it will legitimately check our work for us. So we're gonna, and it's going to give us a grade at the end, which feels good to me as a former, grade chaser. I have no idea, web developer. You can, I'm sure if there's a date on the course, I'm sure you can find it. Okay. Let's see, dangerous tuples. All right, here we go. All right. So we need to write a program to read through the mbox short.txt file, which I think we have. Let's look at that. Let's see if we've got that file. Yes, so we have this file, and what's in this file is essentially, a list of email addresses and raw email data. So there's a lot of data in here, but the cool thing is, this file is extremely long. So this is a huge file, and this is the short version. So there's a much longer mailbox file too, but this is the short version. And this is an example of the type of data that you can parse with Python. So this file has 1900 lines, which is actually pretty short for a text file, but it has a variety of different types of data in it. So we've got things like, special characters. We've got things like blank lines, dates, long strings, etc., multi-line strings. And so that's why it's really excellent for, as we're learning to parse Python data. So what do they want us to do? They want us to read through this file and figure out the distribution by hour of the day for each of the messages. You can pull the hour from the from line by finding the time and then splitting the string a second time using the colon. Okay? So once you've accumulated the counts for each hour, print the counts sorted by hour as shown below. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely something we can do because it's a very similar action to the example we did earlier with the text from Romeo and Juliet. So we can pull the hour from the from line by finding the time and then splitting the string a second time using a colon. So chat, how can we get to the time value in this text? You don't have to tell me exactly. You don't have to give me the code. But just conceptually, how can we get to this specific value in the text? What should we do? Let's assume that we've opened the file and we're looping through each of the lines. We can assume that we're there. What do we do to get to this specific value on the line? Nope. If we're looping through text, how do we get to a specific, let's say, word? It doesn't really matter what it is. How do we get to a specific word in that text? Let's forget about the fact that it's time. Just ignore the fact that it's time. How do we get to a specific word on the line? Umpton says we split the line and iterate over words until the matching condition, check for the word and then split the line, set the test to the word you're looking for, do until. Yeah, so there's a few different ways we could do it, but I think maybe a more concise way that we could do it is we know that lines that look like this, lines that have, so essentially we only care about lines that have this format. This is because it's going to be a from a specific email address with the date and a time, right? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look for lines that start with from. And then in those lines, we know that the time is always going to be at index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can pull the word at index 5 on lines that start with from, because they're all going to have the same format. So we can pull the word, yes, that's at index 5, and then let's say we've retrieved this. What do we do to get just the hour? Because that's really what we're going for. Yeah, we're going to want to do a split, right? Exactly. So we're splitting the line into the individual words, and then we retrieve the word at index 5, and yes, and we're going to split on the colon, and then what? We've done the split. Yes, exactly. And then we're going to take the value at index 0. Yeah, 0 index. So no need to use regex, no need to get crazy. I mean, we could. There's nothing wrong with regex, and we're going to get there, definitely. But just taking things down to the fundamentals, we can easily get to that data by understanding the data that we're taking in. Since we know how the data we're taking in is formatted, we can be fairly clever with it and say, all right, for a line that starts with from, it's going to have this format. I grab the value at index 5, and I take the value at index 0 within that value. Yeah. So this should work. I'm not saying it's going to. I haven't done this exercise before, but just conceptually looking at it, that's what makes the most sense to me. So we should have some starter code for this because we've done a similar exercise before. So I lost my, come on, stay together. There we go. All right. So I'm going to move this over so that we can still read the problem, but I want to, we're going to do this in VS Code first. So let's see. I think I should have, see. Yeah, we should be able to start with this. I'm not sure. I don't understand the question, web developer. I mean, this is an exercise in the course, which is why we're doing it. It's one of the standard exercises for the chapter. It's not anything special. It's just one of the homework exercises. So we can start with this because this is literally using the same file. So we're going to open our file. And this is going to be the file that's the default. We're going to open it. And then instead of doing the, the count thing, we're essentially going to, we don't really need to worry about the count. We are going to need a count variable though, I think, because we're going to be counting, for each hour. So we can leave that alone for now. So we're going to loop through each line and we're going to split out the words on that line. Yeah, it's FH is just for file handler. This open function here is it's a file handler. That's all it is. So that's why this variable is called FH, because it's a file handler. So for line and FH, we're going to split it out into individual words, and then we're essentially going to say, all right, if the first word on the line is from, because again, we've done a similar exercise like this before, so should be useful. So if the length of this line is greater than 0, so we don't want an empty line, and the first word on the line is from, then we want to continue. And instead of just printing the word, we essentially want to store it in a dictionary. Well, essentially we want to store the word we want to grab the word that's at index 5. And then, so we're going to do this. We'll say full time equals words 5. And we're just going to start. I just want to see what that looks like. So I want to just print. We're going to just start with a print. We're going to print full time. I just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right one. Oops. Yeah, we're in that. That's good. Take this away. Okay. So we're just going to do this for now. This is not the right answer, but I just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right word, and that all I should get when I run this is just a bunch of prints, and they should all be times. So we'll make sure if we're understanding the data correctly here. So we're going to say, with that, print emails dot py. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's see what we get. Yeah. So check it out. What we get from that is just a list of times. So perfect. Now all we need to do is essentially grab the hour value from each of these times and create our histogram. So that's what we'll do next. And then we'll do the whole sort and print thing with the final result using a tuple. So we know we're grabbing the right word. And actually, let's just do a quick spot check here too, as well as counts. So for example, for the time of 4, there should be 3 instances of that 4 value. So 4, 4, and 4. I see 3 of those, so that looks right. 16 should have 4. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay, so I think we're grabbing the right time value. And so we've got this word, we got the right word, and then we want to grab the hour. Hour equals, let's see if we can do this. Full time dot split, and we're going to split specifically on the colon value. So hours, so full-time dot split, and then I'm going to grab the value at index 0 of that. So full-time dot split. Now, when I pass in a custom delimiter into split, I need to put quotes around it, right? Like that? Yes, I think. Okay. And then I wonder if can I grab the index of the first value directly like this? We'll see. Let's try that. I don't know if that'll work or not. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, let's try it. Yeehaw. I'm just not sure if I can grab it directly without, assigning it first, but let's see. Hooray, yes. Okay, so we've got the hour values now. Now all we need to do is just dump them into a dictionary, kind of like we did before. So we've already done that in other exercises, so we can kind of grab that. So we've done our split, and essentially we just want to loop through each line. So we're going to need to define a dictionary. So we'll say this, we'll say counts, being an empty dictionary, like that. And web developer asks, how can we read the file? How can we read the file? Or is open enough? So I would direct you back to the lesson on file handling. So essentially what Python is doing here is it's essentially just grabbing like the file metadata here. It doesn't actually read the file until you start to do operations on it. So it's essentially just saying, hey, I have access to the file, and here's the information about it. And then it doesn't actually start working with the file until you perform an operation on it, until you actually start like looping through the lines. Yeah. So it's really just grabbing it here. It's just making sure it has it. It's not doing anything with it yet. And then once you start working with it, then it actually starts reading with it. It might be like Advent of code. Yeah. I mean, it's a challenge problem. So makes sense. It's going to be similar. All right, so we've got this, we're splitting it, And then we essentially just need to assign each of those values to our dictionary. So we can pretty much do this. I'm going to copy this code and then we'll talk about it. All right, so if we have our dictionary called counts here, right? And for each hour that we dig up, if that hour does not already exist in our dictionary, we want to add it. Otherwise, if it does already exist, we want to get the current count and increment it by 1. So we're keeping track of our dictionary here, and we're going to loop through the whole document until we've created a dictionary that counts the number of occurrences of each hour. All right, and then so now I'm going to stop here for a second. This still isn't quite what we want, right? Because we haven't sorted anything yet. But I just want to make sure that this is going to look kind of what we're going for. So we're going to print this. Let's just see what that does. Now, why, in this case, chat, why am I putting the print statement here? Why am I not doing this? Or this? Oops. Or this? Why am I putting the print statement here? Out of the loop, yes. And I'll answer your question in just a second, null recall. Why is it out of the loop? Because before I had my print statement in the loop. So why am I putting this print statement outside of the loop? Right, but why? Yes, exactly. So now we want the final state, right? Because what I'm trying to print here is essentially my histogram of the final count of each of these hours, right? So it needs to be outside of the loop because I want to get the final value. Yeah, we don't want it to print for each iteration. So we want only the final count. So we're going to do this. This is still not quite the right answer, but we're just kind of, we're doing this iteratively because it's kind of a more complicated problem. So do this and let's run it again. Okay, yes, perfect. So we have a dictionary here and I'm going to move that over so y'all can see it. But you get the idea. So for example, let's look at 11. There should be 6 instances of 11. And I can see here that there are, okay, and there should be 4 instances of 16. And there are, perfect. Okay, so yeah, we're getting there. Now the only thing we still have to do is essentially just the sort and then the final print. Perfect. All right, so the next thing I need to do is loop through my dictionary and essentially turn it into a list of tuples. No, absolutely not, web developer. No, you've got to be really careful about making statements like that. I know you don't mean any harm by it, but you got to be really careful about making statements like that. Everybody can code, and we shouldn't make distinctions about, hard distinctions based on general. And I'm saying this as a woman because I'm often on the receiving end of those types of statements in a negative sense, and I know how it feels. And so don't talk like that to other people, because when you make those types of generalizations, it's just, the only thing it's going to do is create more division. So don't do that. Okay, I'm going to give you a warning because I know you're a regular viewer, but anybody else said that, if a new person came in and said that, I'd probably ban them. So don't do it. Don't do that. Okay. You can, all you're doing by that is you're limiting yourself to, thinking that you're somehow lesser, and that's not true. Yeah. So gotta sometimes think before you type a little bit there. That'll get you farther in your career too. All right. Now, I will say that learning how to communicate effectively and knowing how to explain things effectively is something that you can learn. People can get better at that. You can learn how to teach effectively and communicate effectively, no matter what gender you identify as or present as. Anybody can learn that skill, but it is a learned skill and something you kind of have to devote yourself to. And it's something I've spent, the last few years devoting myself to. And so anybody can get better at that, but it is something that you have to practice, right? Just like anything, just like learning to code. The more you practice, the better you get at it. And so the more you practice explaining things and, focus on feedback and that type of thing, the better you will get at teaching. So oftentimes it's not that I'm, yeah, exactly. It's oftentimes not that I'm any better at coding than anyone else. We've got some brilliant people here in chat who are really great at coding. But sometimes being able to effectively explain something to someone else is a better demonstration of skill than if you have all the skill in the world and you can't explain anything. So I'm sure many folks out there in chat, you've worked with someone who maybe was a really brilliant coder or really brilliant at what they did, a brilliant engineer, a brilliant writer, but they couldn't communicate effectively to save their lives, right? And so they're often very difficult to work with because they can't communicate well. And so you got to keep a balance between raw skill and then the ability to communicate that skill. I worked with someone who was a brilliant print engineer. So being able to print things on various materials, and incredible. He was incredible. He could visualize 3D color spaces in his head. Not just the color wheel, but the color wheel in 3D, in his head, based on material and texture. It was absolutely wild, but he was such a terrible communicator that he often rubbed people the wrong way, and he just couldn't get his ideas across. And so people would be opposed to what he was saying just because he couldn't communicate well. And eventually he, in the position he was in, he was eventually fired from that position just because he couldn't, communicate effectively or mesh himself with the team. And so it didn't matter how skilled he was, he still couldn't make it. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Yeah, the color wheel, literally the color wheel. Yep. Thousands of colors. He could tell you what the hex codes of any two colors in a given space and what would be printed best on a given material. It was absolutely wild. All right. Anyway, let's finish this problem. So, okay, we got here, we're able to print our dictionary. So the next thing we need to do is we need to fetch the items from our dictionary, and we need to convert that into a list of tuples. So if I want to grab the elements of my dictionary, the key and the value, and convert that into essentially a list of tuples in general, how would I do that? You don't have to give me the code again, just sort of the general sense of how would I do that? If I want to fetch the keys and values from my, dictionary and put them into a list of tuples, how would I do that? Oh, where's my hydration? Oh, it's over there. 1 second. Get the items. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So let's refer back, because I don't have the syntax memorized yet. There's nothing wrong with that. But I know that we have an example we can reference here where this was done. So we can fetch. So from this example that we looked at earlier, yeah, we're going to essentially go to our dictionary and we're going to call the items method on it to fetch the keys and values. So we can create a new list fetch the items from the dictionary, and then create a new list with the value and the key. So we're going to do that step first. And then we'll print that, and then we'll do the last part. Okay. DS Tech says, I worked with a person who is an excellent programmer, and working sessions with him were always very productive. But he had this problem where he, being the only go-to person on the project, he could stay in a call with a person and just talk about clean code for an hour. And although it was very useful for the person he was essentially teaching, he had like 10 other people waiting for him on some projects that mattered. Yeah. Again, just because you're skilled at something doesn't mean that you're gonna be able to function, well in either a high stress environment or a high communication environment. So yeah, that's why soft skills are often overlooked by folks who are trying to break into tech, and then they're like, why can't I get a job? Well, because you can't communicate. Yeah, it's a real problem, definitely. Yep, I agree with that, Aztec. Okay, so next thing here. All right, so we've printed that, we've got that. Now we're going to create a new list. I'm going to call this something different. I'm going to say, we're going to call this hour count. And we'll set that equal to an empty list for now. And then into that list, we're going to say for the keys and the values in. Now I am curious, they're wrapping this in another list, but I'm curious what happens if I don't. So we're going to try that first. Counts.items. So essentially we're going to loop through our dictionary here, and we're going to retrieve the keys and the values. And we're going to append it to our list. hrcount.append. But notice that I'm putting the value first, followed by the key. Yeah, Umthim's like, that's what I asked earlier. Yeah, exactly. I remember that, which is why we're trying it now. Yep. So we're going to try this first, and we're just going to see what happens. So we're not going to do anything else just yet. So after we've done this, now we're going to just print. I just want to see what happens if we just now try to print this. So we're going to say print hour count. All right, what's going to happen here? Are we going to get an error? Is it going to work? What's going to happen? Okay, yeah, great. So we didn't need to wrap this in a list. It still worked. Okay, let's just double check our counts here. 16.4, 15.2. Yep, I'm seeing matching values here. 14.1, 11.6. Okay, great. Yeah, so that works just fine. Now, what else do they want us to do? Then we just want to print the counts sorted by hour as shown below. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to, they just want us to sort by hour, not the count. Okay. Print the counts sorted by hour. So in hour order. Oh, all right. So I guess we don't need to do this. We can just say key val rather than val key. So key val, because we want to sort by hour, not the value. And then we're going to just sort that. So we'll say hrcount.sort, and we don't need to have this be in reverse, right? Because they want it in order of ascending order. Okay. All right. And then let's print that and see how that looks. Yeah. So we're just going to say for key val in our list, just print the key and val. All right, let's see if that works. Okay. Cool. Did we get it? So 4, 3, 6, 1, 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 1. Hooray. Yeah. All right. So, what do we do here? Well, essentially we kind of did something similar to what we did a couple weeks ago, in that we are reading a file, we're opening the file, and we're creating a dictionary in which we're going to kind of build our histogram. So our histogram is essentially a list of unique values with the count of occurrences for each value. So for each line, we're splitting it out into words, and we're splitting it by spaces because that's what happens by default. Now, if the length of our line is greater than 0 and the first word is equal to from, then we're doing some extra stuff. I'm going to pause here for a second and ask the question, what is the purpose of this check right here? Why are we doing this check? Again, this is sort of a data validation, sanitization type thing. So kind of one of the important questions you need to ask yourself when you're working with data. So we're splitting the line first. And why are we doing this check? RDT says check for empty file. You're close. But note here that we're already looping through the lines. Yes, so first thing we're checking here is there even a word? Exactly. Yes. So if the file is an empty line, it's going to stop right here. Or sorry, if this line is empty, if there's no words on the line, it's going to stop right here. So why are we doing this check first before we do this check? Why are we doing this check first before we do this check? Because if there is a word, is the word from? Yes, essentially. What if we, okay, let's say it this way. What if we just had this? What would happen if the line was empty? It's not just for performance. Yes, exactly. It would try to do this check, and there's nothing to check. So we could end up getting an index out of range error because there's literally, it's trying to check index 0 of an empty list. And so to avoid errors, we do this check first to say, hey, is this list of words does it even have anything in it? Because if it doesn't, we want to stop right there. Because if we try to do this check on an empty list, you're going to end up with unexpected results. So we want to stop here. And then if the length is greater than 0, then we know we at least have an index 0 to check. Let's see. Why not using ampersand instead of and? Is that a thing? I don't remember. Is that a thing in Python? Sagama says, sorry for a relevant question. Got into web dev. Is it recommended to start with client-side dev like React or Vue instead of server-side tech like Next? I would say start, if you're going into web dev to, start building like client sites or something, I would start with building front end first, just because you can start building out static sites more quickly and make money. I mean, it depends on what you're going for, right? If you're going for back end, start with back end. If you're going for front end, start with front end. If you want to start freelancing quickly, then I would start with front end just so you can build static sites. But it's up to you, as long as you start somewhere. What if you had a line with no spaces? Would it store based on the entire line as index 0? Yep. Yeah. So the whole thing, if there were no spaces, if it was just one solid string, the whole thing would be a list of 1, right? Everything would be an index 0. Now, in that case, maybe you have another delimiter that you could choose, like commas or dot or periods or something like that. Maybe there's a different way you could split it, or quotes or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, if you're just building sites, if you want to start building client sites, Sagama, then start with front end. Even just HTML. You don't have to, especially if you're just building static sites to start, you can just start with HTML and CSS if you want to. You don't have to start with anything fancy. Heck, you could start with WordPress or something. Whatever makes you money, right? We don't have to get, you don't have to get crazy with it. Now, if you want to graduate to full stack eventually, then you could, start with React or something like that. But, start where works best for you. Good luck. All right. So we're doing these checks here, right? We're making sure that the line does have an index to check against, and then we're checking that index. And if that index starts with from, then we kind of already know the format of those lines. They have a standard format, and we know what that is. So we can go straight into our list and grab the word at index 5, which we know is going to be this whole time value here. And then what we're doing is we're going into that one single word that looks like this, hour, minute, second, and we're splitting it by colon values. So what we end up with then is essentially a list of 3 values, 09, 14, and 16. So if we just care about the hour, we want to grab the value at index 0. And then we check and see, is that hour already in our dictionary? If it isn't, we want to create a new dictionary entry with a value of 1. Otherwise, we want to increment the existing entry by 1 in terms of count, right? So there's already an entry for 9 o'clock in our dictionary. It has a value of 1. We then want to increment it so it now has a value of 2. And after we have our dictionary set up, or our histogram, then we want to take those dictionary values and put them back into a list as tuples so that we can sort them. Oh, thanks, Sagama. So we're going into our dictionary and we're using the items method to grab the keys and the values. And we're taking those keys and values and turning them into tuples and putting them as entries in our list. And the reason that we're doing this is because we want to keep that link between each value and its count. So between each hour and its count, we want to keep those linked together. And the best way for us to do that is to just put them into a tuple, because we know they don't need to change. And with tuples, we can compare them. So remember, tuples are comparable. That's one of the characteristics of tuples. Now, we're appending them, and as Null Recall said, we're appending them in key value order based on how we want to sort them. Because when we're comparing tuples, Python compares tuples by looking at the first value first, followed by the second value, then the third value, then the fourth value, right? So if I'm comparing 2 tuples, Python is going to look at the first value of both tuples and check those and sort those in whatever order we want to sort them in. And then if they're the same, it's going to go to the second value, etc., etc., etc. So in this case, I want to sort by the hour value. And in our dictionary, the hour value is our key. So I'm putting them in that order into our list. And then I'm going to sort them in default order. Now we could do a reverse sort if we need to. But I want to sort them in default order. And then once I've sorted it, for each key and value in our list, I'm going to print the key value pair in the console. Now, excuse me, as we saw earlier, you could do things like wrap it in a template literal or an F string and add more labels to them or whatever. You could have it output in a specific format. You could have it output in a text file, whatever you need. In this case, we're just matching the desired output that they say to use here. Okay? Yeah, and you can define your variables however you want. I could define these as potato, and XYZ, whatever. Don't do that though. Don't use single letters for your variables. It's not good practice. You should try to make your variables descriptive, but however you name them, it should make sense to you, and it should make sense to, to the people who are reading it. Okay, so that's essentially how this works. Now, we're going to put this in here and we're going to have it check it in just a second. But it should make sense for future you. Yes. So whatever makes sense for future you is how you should define your variables. But then if you're working on a team, you're oftentimes going to have certain standards that your definitions should follow. So your team is probably going to have standards for, a style guide or coding standards. And so you should follow that as well. So whatever that is, you should have some personal standards, and then you should also have some, potentially have some team standards as well. All right, so let's drop this in here. Does anybody have any other questions on this specific answer that we came up with here, or how it works, or what we're doing? Feel free to ask if you do. Remember, there's no such thing as a silly question. All right, so we'll copy and paste that in there. And we'll check it. Okay. Hooray, we got it. Good job, chat. So notice how we approach the problem. This is something I didn't really talk about ahead of time, but notice how we approach this problem, because it's a fairly complex problem, right? There were a lot of elements here. I have no idea, web developer. It's running inside a custom platform that we're just using. I have no idea what the backend is. Notice how we approach this problem, though. So originally, I asked you some specific questions. I asked chat some specific questions about our approach. And I specifically mentioned that I didn't want you to give me code. I wanted you to give me just the general logical approach that we were going to take. So what do we call that? If we're approaching a problem, such as in a job interview, say, what do we call that when I said, hey, don't give me the actual code, give me the general approach? Yeah, we call that pseudocode, right? Yeah, whiteboarding pseudocode. So essentially, the approach that I kind of steered you all to, without you knowing it, was kind of how you might approach a problem like this in a job interview. We ask the general questions. So first, what we do is we understand the inputs and the outputs. So what's the data coming in? How does it look? How does it feel? Remember, we kind of went over it. I showed you the data that was coming in. I showed you the input file. We looked at the format of the inputs, and we made sure that we understood the desired output, right? We kind of looked over this to say, like, okay, what are they looking for? What are we trying to get out of this? And then we went over in a general sense how the best way to hopefully approach the problem. What kind of methods are we going to use? What do we need to know in order to solve this problem? And that's a good example of how you would hopefully approach a problem like this in a job interview. I could have just jumped right in and immediately started smacking code down on the screen, right? I could have just said, okay, I know how to do this, and then I could have just sat here for 10 minutes and coded it out while you guys just watched me. But what I did was I asked you all some specific questions on, okay, conceptually, how should we approach this? And so if you're in a job interview, that's how you're going to want to approach your problems as well. Don't just sit down and start solving it. That's not the point. That's not why they're asking you the question. Why, in a job interview, beyond your technical knowledge, why are they asking you these questions? These silly questions like FizzBuzz, or how do you identify an even number? Or can you reverse sort an array? Why are they asking you those questions? I'll give you a hint. It refers to a topic we kind of touched on earlier while I was solving the problem. In a job interview, why are they asking you those coding questions? Do they really care how, whether you can solve for an even or odd number. Why are they asking you those questions? Can you just start doing this every night so I can get smarter quicker? Hey, I've got a huge YouTube backlog. You can go back through there. Yeah, but beyond that, it's not just that you understand how to find an even number. They don't really care about that. Why are they asking you those questions? Cycling Panda says collab. You're touching on that. Yeah. How are we thinking? Do you understand the question? Yes. But what else? Again, I could just sit down and I could have solved this without talking to you guys at all. If you're fit for the team, yeah, you're all kind of circling around it, which is great. But they're asking you those questions because they want to see, yes, how you think and how you solve problems, but more importantly, whether or not you can communicate how you think and how you solve problems. Can you communicate with them? Are you an effective communicator? Can you share if you don't understand the question? Are you going to ask them if you don't understand the question? Are you going to explain the problem as you work through it? Are you going to show that you can explain to them what methods you're using and why those methods are important? In the end, it's all about communication. Because, I could have just sat down, like I said, I could have just sat down here and solved this problem silently without talking to you at all. But the whole reason why you're here in chat is because I'm talking to you, right? Is because you're here to learn. You want to know, okay, how do we do this? What do we do here? You like the way I teach, you like the way I communicate. And so if you're in a job interview, the best thing you can do to help yourself is communicate with your interviewers and say, all right, so as far as I understand, here are the inputs, here are the outputs, here are some examples, and just you can clarify with them and say, all right, based on this input, here's what I expect the output to be. Does that sound correct to you? And then pseudocode. Here's going to be my approach to this problem. And that's actually so important that there's an abbreviation for that approach. It's called PREP. Parameters, returns, examples, and pseudocode. So the best service you can do for yourself in a job interview is follow that approach. Right. And yes, talking through it helps with your learning to make sure that you really understand it too. Because yeah, it's not about solving the problem. They know how to find an even number. They don't care, that you're going to show them how to find whether a number is even or odd. They want to see how you communicate what you're doing. Can you communicate what you're doing? Can you articulate your approach? And can you communicate whether or not you truly understand what you're asking or what they're asking you? Yeah. So by communicating effectively, you're going to achieve all the goals that you guys were saying. Are you a fit for the team? Do you understand the question? What are your methods of problem solving? If you can communicate effectively, you're going to answer all those questions for the interviewer, and that's going to help you get the job. Right. And as KP said, wouldn't there be situations where during work you need to explain what you're doing, technically or not technically, all the time? Again, that's the point. That's why they're asking you the question. Because communication is so important. If you can sit down in front of a problem and collaborate with others on it, the only way you can do that is by communicating well and effectively and explaining what you're doing and understanding what others are doing. Yep. Yeah, and understanding the problem is the attempt is often more important than the solution. So I've spoken to people who have been in technical interviews where they couldn't solve the problem. They didn't get the answer. But what was most important was that they were able to communicate effectively with the interviewer their proposed approach, how they were going about it. And that was enough to get them the job. The final result didn't matter. And I'll even share that. So when we interview developers on our team at work, part of the technical interviewer, and I'm not going to be too specific on this, but I don't want to give away, secrets, but part of our technical interview is that we give them a problem, we give them some code that will not compile. And we tell them this code does not compile. We don't care about the results. It's because you could run it and it would fail. It would give you an error. And we don't want you to solve that problem. What we want you to do is simply walk through this code and tell us what it's doing or what it's trying to do. So we don't care about the result. It's not going to work anyway. You don't have to find the error. And we tell them all of this up front. Can you just walk through the code line by line and tell us what it's doing? And that's the question. Because we don't care about the answer. There is no answer. We care about your communication. So that's why we spend so long on these problems and we talk through them so meticulously rather than me just sitting down and typing out the answer based on what we've learned. Because that's what matters. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, we have it lucky nowadays with all the memory we have available. Early on, you had to think through methods and find the lowest memory use option available to solve your problem. Yeah. And some interviews might ask you for that specifically, like they might ask you to take an algorithmic approach and find the one with the lowest value. But and that's another thing you can clarify with the interviewer too. Hey, I have multiple ways I could approach this problem. What do you have a preferred method you would like me to use? Here are the methods I would hope to use. Do you have a preference? So you can even impress them in that way too. But what's important is that while you're doing these problems in a job interview, you're communicating. Yeah. Yeah, and Safety Vest there shared a link by Marcia Cripps with that prep method that I mentioned before. So the prep method, a framework for successful technical interviews. So please, everybody should read that. Get familiar with that method. That's going to help you so much in interviews. Yeah. Okay, so we did it. Good job, everybody. And we talked our way through it as well, which is even more important. And also, too, for self-learning, this approach is so important, too, because, if you can't explain if you can't explain your answer to someone else, then you really don't understand the answer. If you can't teach it, if you can't do something and then turn around and teach it to someone else, then you're just either you've memorized something but you don't understand how it works, or you're just guessing. So that's partially why I'm doing this Python course live on stream with you guys. I could just sit down on my own and do it myself, but that would be kind of cheating for me because it would mean that I wouldn't have to comprehend what I'm reading or what I'm doing. It would just mean I could parrot back an example. I could just copy and paste code and dump it in. I don't have to understand how it works. But if I'm teaching it to you all, that means I have to understand it before I can articulate it back to you guys. Exactly. So that's it. This is me. This is mostly for my benefit that I've been doing this series because it means that I actually comprehend what I'm going over. All right. So we've done this exercise. I think this was the only one. Yeah. Okay. We're going to save the quiz for next week because again, that's how we make sure that we're comprehending what we've learned and we're absorbing what we've learned is that we can go back and do a quiz on it the following week. That's the true test. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to spend the last 20 minutes or so here, just kind of at the end of our stream, I like to do just kind of a general free-for-all type session. So you can ask me questions. We could talk about whatever. I know at the start of the stream, I was talking about how I'm super excited that Severance is getting a new season soon. So I'm pumped on that. I just binge watched the first season again. So that's kind of what's been on my mind. But yeah, feel free to ask questions about whatever. It could be about this lesson. It could be about, being a developer, job interviews, getting a job, anything. Mattel says that's also a good strategy. Try and explain to a coworker. If they don't understand, if they don't understand, then you need to improve your understanding. Exactly. No worries, Thank you for being here. Safety Vest says, I'm hyped for the Silo TV series. Yeah, did you watch the first season, Safety? I actually read the books. I'm this is where I get to be nerdy. I read the Silo books when they first came out, actually. So I was super excited that it got a TV series. Null says, okay, you said free for all. You said you teach full stack development. Do you have a playlist available? I do. I have a couple playlists available. I also have I have like 2 years or, well, 2.5, I don't know. 2.5 years worth of videos available on my YouTube channel. So do !YouTube to get my YouTube channel. And then I do have playlists for certain series, like Intro to SQL, Intro to React, and this series right here, Intro to Python. Hey, you finished Flexbox Froggy. Awesome. Good job. So yeah, if you're interested in full stack, I have videos on dozens of full stack projects. Nice. Also, too, if you are interested in learning full stack development in general, I would suggest that you might want to join the 100 Devs community. We have a really active Discord with tens of thousands of members, of active members, who are also learning full stack development. Again, it's 100 Devs is a completely free course. I'm never gonna shill anything here on Twitch that doesn't at least have a free tier in terms of resources. So 100 Devs is a fully free course. There's, again, hundreds of people going through it at a time. And you can, collaborate with others who are learning the same things you are. So if you have questions on things or, need help understanding a concept, you're going to have a community of folks to connect with. Yeah. So if you want to check that out too, that's the nonprofit that I normally teach for. This Python series is kind of a diversion from that for my own benefit, but I normally teach 100 Devs related content. So there's a link to the website if you want to read about it. And right there, you'll also find a link to the Discord. So you can join there and start participating with the community. Yes, it's the Learn with Leon Discord. Yes. Safety Vest says, 100 Devs is where it's at. I'm working at a tech company now. I was watching along years back with Mindwolf vids and Leon's classes. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, there's tons of folks that have gotten jobs. And the nice thing is that, the whole philosophy is that with this type of learning is that, you spending your time on this stuff, you spending your time and energy to learn a new skill like web development or Python or whatever, that costs you enough. You shouldn't have to pay money on top of spending your time and energy on this. So the whole goal is that you should be able to learn all this stuff for free because, you're spending enough of your time and energy already. Why do you have to spend $100 or $200 on a course or $10,000 on a boot camp, God forbid, when, these resources should be free for you. Yep. Any other questions? Null says at the beginning of the stream, someone spoke of a job site. Would be nice to look at to see if there's some contract work I can get into for building a portfolio. Just want to look at a possible future outside of driving into work every day. Yeah. So in terms of quickly getting like freelance clients and building a portfolio, outside of like actual job sites, I would recommend just reaching out to small businesses in your area. Because honestly, like places like hair salons, like HVAC, heating and cooling places, those often need websites and do not have the expertise to make them themselves or the inclination to make them themselves. So small businesses in your area are a great resource for that if you just want to start building your portfolio. I actually know of someone who built her entire freelance portfolio on building websites for the Amish. And I'm not kidding. The people that don't use electricity, she built her entire portfolio building websites for the Amish because many of the Amish have small businesses like woodworking, construction, furniture building, selling, cheeses and that kind of thing. And they're, they have these businesses, but they need to get the word out about the businesses. And so the best way to do that is websites, but they can't build their own websites because they don't use electricity. And so she builds the websites for them and maintains them for them. Hey, Jupiter, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Some of them do. Yeah. So the thing about that is that there's a lot of different like parishes within the Amish, so small religious communities, and pretty much all of them have different rules when it comes to electricity. So some of them are allowed to use generators, some of them are allowed to use solar panels. Some of them are not. There's some, like old order Amish that are not even allowed to use like buttons and things like that. They have to use hooks on their clothes and no electricity at all. So it really depends on the individual communities, but in general, they're just not going to have the skill set to build their own websites. And so that's an example of how, someone can find a niche and inhabit that niche for a very specific community. Good to have you here, Jupiter, by the way. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Endu. I missed that. Thank you so much for the follow, Endu. Good to have you here as well. KP says, do you go to any tech conferences? Any you go to regularly? You applied to volunteer? That's awesome. I personally don't. I go to, well, there's one conference I do regularly go to. It's not a specific like tech exclusive conference. It's really for data engineering in higher education, which is where I work. That's my sort of my kind of my niche, I guess, is data engineering in higher education. And so there's a specific conference for that I go to every year. Other than that, I'm not a huge conference person. I have been to a few. The most fun conference I went to recently is actually got canceled right after I went to it. Like that was the last one they ever did. So it's like, dang it, that one was super fun, and then they stopped doing it. So yeah. But there's also tons of conferences that you can attend virtually as well. So if you can't like afford to go to a conference, or you don't want to pay to go to conferences, like a bunch of the Microsoft conferences, they do theirs. They have virtual options for all their conferences too. So you don't have to travel. You can just attend virtually and participate in the community that way. Yeah, B-sides conferences. Yeah, there's tons of conferences out there. Um, I would say that there's really no such thing as like a bad conference. Really, the best way to get your money's worth out of a conference is just if you're participating. If you're networking, that because I mean that's the end goal of all these conferences is just to get your face and your name out there and just network the hell out of it, and make those connections that you can leverage later on to get a job. So really, the conference is going to be what you make of it and how you participate in it. I would love it if there was a like a so I'm in the Midwest. I would love it if there would be like a Midwest 100 Devs meetup. There was one a couple years ago, and I did travel to that one. It was pretty small, but it was fun. So maybe I should, man, I should organize one, but gosh, that would be so much work. I'm hoping somebody else organizes one so I can attend. Yeah, Mattel, the Amish are really interesting. So I grew up in Amish country. And like I said, the individual Amish communities vary a lot by just location and whatever their local religious leader says they can and can't do. So a lot of those decisions are made locally as to what they can and can't use. But yeah, I grew up, with horses and buggies and all those things. I mean, my family is secular, that standard American family, but we grew up with Amish neighbors and Amish clients and that type of thing. So yeah, those are interesting communities, definitely, with a lot of variation just depending on where they are, what part of the country they're in, that type of thing. So like Pennsylvania Amish are very different from Amish in other locations. And some of them speak Dutch as a first language. They speak Pennsylvania Dutch as a first language, and English is their second language. So it's really interesting. And then the Mennonites themselves are even different than the Amish. They tend to have slightly more relaxed rules, like they can, ride in vans, and they can't drive, but they can, they can be in cars. They don't have to take buggies everywhere. So really fascinating. All right, folks. Anything else? Any other questions or anything? Alrighty. If anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the raid screen here so we can start thinking about somebody to raid. Of course, Safety Vest, is great to see you here. Yeah, way to go, KP. Good momentum. Yeah, it's good you're making progress. Okay. Always takes me a second to get this going. Oh, Prosper says, I got to serve with someone who left the community. He's now a train conductor in the shipping industry. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean like the Amish community. So, the young Amish people have an opportunity as teenagers to decide, whether or not they want to stay within the Amish community. They get to experience, secular life and determine what they want to do with their lives. And some choose to leave. I've known some ex-Amish people as well. People who people who grew up Amish, and then for one reason or another, they left the community and they now live just like anybody else. But yeah, it's always interesting. Yeah, as Prosper said, it's always interesting to hear those life differences in, how they grew up versus, how I grew up. Yeah. Okay. Oh, they changed the symbol for it. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Haha. Alrighty, folks. So I've got the raid screen pulled up here. Let's find somebody to raid. As usual, we like to raid folks in the software and game dev category. If you have any suggestions, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to look for someone who is a smaller size than us in the same category, and give them some love. Okay. Can I finish the UI today? And also someone who's speaking English as well. Oh, this person's building a space game. That looks fun. And their little avatar is a cute dog wearing a crown. I think that's adorable. Let's see what they're up to. Oh man, I love their VTuber avatar. Okay, that's dope. And they're building a space game. I love space games. When I was a kid, my favorite game of all time was the Star Trek. Well, it was Star Trek Voyager Elite Force and Star Trek Armada, which is like a space fleet control game. So yeah, we might have to go raid this person just to support what they're working on. Yeah. All right. I'm liking this person unless anybody has any other suggestions. No Man's Skies. Yeah, maybe that's maybe they're building the next No Man's Sky. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's raid them. As always, just as a reminder, of course, KP. Just as a reminder, please share with this person that we're rating. Give them the same energy that you would give me. Don't behave for them any different than you would behave for me. You all bring such a wonderful, positive energy to my chat. I want to pass that on directly to them with literally no changes whatsoever. So be respectful, be kind, show them some love, show them some support for the project that they're working on. We've rated some such wonderful people who are building incredible, fun Twitch extensions, cool games, and the fact that they're willing to share that with us is so cool. So, yeah, show them some love. All right, let's go ahead and raid them. Maybe. There we go. All right, starting the raid now. I will see you all next weekend. Of course, Leah, it was great to see you here. I will see you all next weekend. And I think we're going to be covering, what are we covering next? Hang on real quick. What are we covering next? We're covering, ooh, we get to do Regex next week, folks. Everybody's favorite thing. Oh man, I hope you're pumped for Regex. Oh boy. That one's going to be a trip. Get on your Regex hats, folks. That's what we're doing next week. Alrighty. Raid is starting now. Leo's like, oh god. Leo's not gonna be here next week. Oh, I know, legit. Like I rag on Regex, but I need to get better at it. So hopefully this course will have some good, ways for me to absorb Regex a little bit better than I have previously. It'll be good for me. It's character building. It's character building. All right, here we go. So raid is starting now. See you all, folks, next weekend. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.